for their input so far in submitting documents, statements, and recognitions. Before I go any further, can you all hear me clearly? Good. Mr. Collar?
I can, yes.
Are you able? Good, thank you. So my name is Alison Kirkwood, and I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, commonly known as the DPEA. Planning application for Nisthill Wind Farm was submitted to Orkney Islands Council in August 2022 and considered by its planning committee on the 14th of November in 2024. Proposal is to erect 4 wind turbines to a maximum height of 180 metres, substation and maintenance building, freight and access and associated infrastructure, including access tracks, underground cabling, raised hard standings and borough pit. The Council notified Scottish ministers of its intention to grant planning permission, contrary to a statutory objection from Historic Environment Scotland. And on the 25th of February this year, Scottish ministers issued a direction calling in the application for their determination in view of the proposed development's potential impact on nationally and internationally important historic assets and places. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to prepare a report for their consideration, which will include a recommendation on whether or not to grant planning permission. My report will cover all relevant planning matters, not just historic assets. With regard to potential impact on historic assets and places, I decided that the best way to gain further information that I needed was to hold a public inquiry. Third parties who referred to impact on the historic environment in their representations to the application were given the opportunity to opt into the inquiry process, and a pre-examination meeting was held on the 7th of July this year. Following that meeting, it was agreed that the applicant, Historic Environment Scotland, and Mr. Leslie Sinclair would participate in the inquiry. Another Orkney resident, Mr. Jim Leach, also opted into the inquiry, but unfortunately is not able to participate for personal reasons. The Council is not a participant in the inquiry, but the representative, Mr. Collar, is online as an observer. Also observing in the room are 2 of the DPEA's graduate planners, the 2 young ones sitting in the front. And they're here to assist with note-taking and also to learn about the inquiry process. The DPEA reference number for this case is NA-330-001. Documents for the case can be found under that reference on the DPEA website. The case file includes a documents list, which provides electronic links to all publicly available documents, including the recognitions and inquiry reports. These are available for anybody to have a look at. I'll just provide some housekeeping information before we talk more about the order of events. Inquiry is being live streamed on the DPEA website, and a recording of each day's events will also be available to view thereafterwards. So by participating today, you're consenting to the recording, storage and use of this material for the purposes of webcasting, training and keeping of a record that is accessible by the public. That's okay with everybody. Our IT team are on hand if we have any issues. We have central microphone, which will remain on throughout the webcast. Please be aware that the microphone may pick up conversations between participants, so you may want to write notes to each other in the old-fashioned way if you need to. The camera takes in everybody this side of the tripod, so it won't pick up people in the public gallery. And everyone, please make sure your phones and other devices are on silent mode or turned off. For those of you who are not here in person, we had a fire alarm test just before we started. No more tests are planned during the inquiry, so if the alarm goes off again, it's for real. Fire exits are signposted in the corridor to the left and right as you come out the doors. Toilets are in the entrance hall. For security reasons, we cannot leave the inner office door open, so please just use the buzzer for DPA to get back in, and staff will let us in. We don't have access to the staff kitchen, but see, we've got water jugs and we'll refill those during the breaks. Just a reminder to be mindful that we are in a working office and to keep our voices down when we're in the corridor. We have this room booked for all 3 days if we need them, and it therefore means that you can leave things here overnight. But I would take valuables with you. Any bits and pieces that you want to leave, you can do. Hopefully participants received the email from the case officer providing information on nearby cafes and shops if needed at lunchtime or before we start the day. We'll take at least an hour for lunch to allow everybody to get some food, and we'll take at least one other short break during each of the morning and afternoon sessions. If anyone needs to leave to take a break at any point, they can do so. If you're a participant, let me know and we'll stop things. If you're an observer, you can just go out the back door and back in again. That's fine. I would anticipate the proceedings will run till about 4:30 today and then start again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. But those timings will be dependent on progress made and identifying a suitable point to stop for the day. The main purpose of the inquiry is to make sure that I understand the position of parties in terms of potential impact on historic assets and places. Where there are disputes, I need to make sure I'm clear on the reasons so I can explain them in my report to ministers. As we progress through the inquiry, I'll be listening to make sure the evidence and questioning stays focused on the matters in hand. If I consider that we're straying to matters beyond the scope of the inquiry, I'll likely intervene. I'm sure I don't need to remind parties of the expected cross-examination etiquette. Parties may not agree with each other, but all questions and answers should be expressed courteously. Also, when referring to extracts in specific documents, please allow time for me and participants to find these using the links on the documents list. Observers are also reminded of the need to show respect to witnesses. As well as the evidence which I hear during these sessions, I will also consider the environmental impact assessment report and other application documents, along with matters raised in consultation responses and in written representations that were submitted to the Council in response to the application. I've already sought further written information for relevant parties on various topics, and all of that information can be viewed on the case file if you're interested. So I will now take the names of the people who will be taking part in the inquiry. Mr. Finlay for the applicant first, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, ma'am. My name's James Finlay, King's Counsel. I'm calling this morning Alison Sidgwick, who sits to your left in position on policy. To my right, in order, sit Tom Lovekin, who's going to give evidence on cultural heritage merits aspects. To his right is Carrie Clouston, developers. To his right is Pip de Klerk, and to her right is Amy Howard, both from Wright Johnson Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Mill for the Historic Environment Scotland, please.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Douglas Milne. I'm a partner at Morton Fraser McRoberts, and I'm instructed by Historic Environment Scotland. To my left is my colleague Cameron Gregg. To Mr. Gregg's left is Dr. Mary MacLeod-Rivet, Historic Environment Scotland's policy witness, and to Dr. MacLeod-Rivet's left is Mr. Joss Durnan, Historic Environment Scotland's witness on cultural heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. And finally, Mr. Sinclair, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Leslie Sinclair. I'm retired and here at All.
We'll look after you, don't we? Finally, now, as I said, the council are not participating in the inquiry, but Mr. Collard, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Thank you, Madam, and thank you to you and your colleagues for arranging the hybrid so that we're able to participate online. My name's Neil Collar, partner at Brodie's, and I'm here representing Orkney Islands Council, the Planning Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Collar. Now, do any participants have any questions on anything that I have said so far? Mr. Finlay?
No, thank you.
Mill?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sinclair? Mr. Collar, anything from the council?
No.
Okay. Mr. Collar, I will now switch you off the big screen, but I will still be able to see you on my screen. And when you speak, we will be able to hear you within the room. So if you need to attract my attention at any time, just speak out, and I will either pause proceedings or get to you at the next break. So I'm just going to do this. Power. He's still here beside. Okay. Site inspections. I carried out an accompanied site visit of Ringafrodger and Stennis Stone Circle and Henge on Wednesday, the 10th of September, with the applicant, Historic Environment Scotland, and Mr. Leach in attendance. I returned to this area the following day on an unaccompanied business basis where there was less cloud cover and visibility was clearer than we got on the accompanied visit. On Tuesday, the 9th of September, I undertook unaccompanied visits of the other 4 scheduled monuments referred to in Historic Environment Scotland's objection and in the inquiry proceedings. It was agreed in an email exchange in early October. I'm going to take evidence from the applicant first, then Mr. Sinclair, and then Historic Environment Scotland. Parties should not give repetitive evidence. I'm happy for parties to simply say that they agree with the evidence already been presented where there are aligned views. At the pre-examination meeting, we agreed that the scope of the inquiry would relate to impacts on the integrity of the setting of the following scheduled monuments: Hundland Hill Enclosure, Nisthouse Burial Mound, Park Home Artificial Island and Causeway, Stony Home Crannog, Ringafrodger Stone Circle Henge and Remains, and Stennis Stone Circle and Henge. Secondly, impact on the outstanding universal value of the Heart of Neil at the Orkney World Heritage Site. And finally, any other relevant matters in relation to historic assets and places. It was agreed that policy evidence would be limited to relevant provisions of National Planning Framework, which will only be referred to as MPF 4 in the proceedings, the Orkney Local Development Plan and its supplementary guidance, and other policy documents insofar as they relate to impacts on historic assets and places, including minimising any impacts. Matters relating to exceptional circumstances within the context of MPF 4 Policy 7H3 have been dealt with separately through written submissions and should not be part of the inquiry. So I already have the views of the attending parties on that policy clause if I need to refer to it. The weight to be given to impact on historic assets and places in the overall conclusions on the proposal is also out with the scope of the inquiry. And in the interest of fairness, if evidence or questioning strays into these matters, I'll step in. For anyone watching in the audience or online who's not familiar with the inquiry process, the sequence for giving evidence will be as follows. Firstly, the policy witness for the applicant will give evidence in chief, drawn from their recognition and inquiry report. They will then be cross-examined by the opposing parties, in this case, Historic Environment Scotland and Mr. Sinclair, if he wishes to. I may then ask some questions of the witness. The policy witness will then be re-examined by their legal representative. Then this process will then be repeated for the applicant's impact witness. Mr. Sinclair will then present his evidence, followed by cross-examination by the applicant if desired, and any questions from me. Next, the policy witness for Historic Environment Scotland will give evidence in chief, drawn from their recognition inquiry report. They will then be cross-examined by the applicant, followed by my questions, and then re-examination by their legal representative. This process will be repeated for Historic Environmental Scotland's impact. That's what we've got to cover over the next few days. After the inquiry is finished, parties will have the opportunity to submit closing statements in writing. I don't expect these to be done orally at the end of proceedings. For those not familiar with the term closing submissions, it's a final opportunity to set out your position on the matters covered in the inquiry. It's standard practice for the applicant to have the final say. So I'm suggesting 1 week for Historic Environment Scotland and Mr. Sinclair, which would take us to the 14th of November, and 1 week later for the applicant, 21st of November. Those, I can come back then, we'll check at the end if those dates are okay to parties. It would be helpful to know the main documents you plan to use before each witness begins their evidence in chief. Before I ask my questions, I'll let you know which documents I will be referring to, and it would be helpful if parties also did this prior to cross-examination, as far as possible. Participants have any other questions before we get started? No? Okay. Do you want a short break before you start, or are we ready to go? Are you ready to go? Okay. Let us begin then. Mr. Finlay, I invite you to introduce your first witness.
It's quite difficult to get used to the idea of not pressing a button before, having been in an inquiry last week where you were constantly pressing it on and off.
The great thing is not having to turn it off.
So my first witness, who I've already indicated, is Alison Sidrick. You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and you're a director of Inquriy Consultancy. Right. Taking your recognition and report as read, and just have a short number of additional questions before tendering you to Mr. Milne for cross-examination. It may be of assistance just to summarise the status of the identifying the development plan documents, because even we're in a planning inquiry, not a section 36 inquiry, the importance of the development plan is essential. But if you could do that to start with, briefly remind where you set those out.
Absolutely. They're set out in my inquiry report, which is document reference 014.044. And they're covered at 4.3. And the development plan, in my mind, in respect to cultural heritage, comprises MPF 4, which is document 1201, the Orkney Local Development Plan, which is 1202. The Orkney Local Development Plan has a total of 6 supplementary guidance documents, of which 3 are documents in front of the inquiry, and they are the one that relates to energy, which is document number 1203. One that relates to the historic environment and cultural heritage, which is 1204. And the final one is the one that relates to natural heritage or natural environment, which is 1205. There are a further 3, as I say, they relate to housing settlement and therefore aren't relevant in the context of the inquiry. I am aware of the fact that there is a document that's referred to, and it's document 1415, and it's the planning policy advice document on historic environment topics and themes. This is cross-referenced in the historic environment supplementary guidance, but in my mind, it's advice and it's not part of the development plan, although of course it would be a material consideration.
And just to explain to the reporter the reason why you're referring to that and I'm going to lead you on this unless Mr. Milner checks, is that document contains a map or plan with the ridge lines, whereas the supplementary guidance document does not do so.
That's correct. There is reference in the cultural heritage policy in the local development plan, which refers to sensitive ridge lines, and it's in the context of the World Heritage Site. And it's policy number 8. And part B covers specific policy considerations. Within that, there's part 1 is the World Heritage Site, and the policy in there refers to development not being permitted where it breaks the skyline of the sensitive ridge lines of the World Heritage Site, unless certain requirements are met.
So, and this is just to say that as far as you're aware, those sensitive ridge lines aren't identified in the development plan document. They are referred to in the development plan document and can be found in, I think, 14, 15.
Indeed.
But that document itself is not part of the development.
No, it's planning policy advice.
I believe that's the first sort of point to speak. If it was the issue of LDP compliance with MPF4, in the LDP, which is 12.3, has a spatial strategy for renewable energy, page 29, and it is compound. Within that spatial strategy, the site falls within an area with potential for wind farm development.
Indeed, yes.
How does that strategy sit alongside MPF4? And is there anything else you'd like to say with respect to that strategy?
Yeah. So when MPF4 was adopted, the spatial strategies contained in local plans went away. The Scottish ministers, for, as I understand it, a variety of reasons, not specifically related to cultural heritage, decided to remove the table that had been contained in SPP, which identified 3 groups, split the sort of different designations in different categories for the development of renewable energy. There was no-go areas as group 1. There were areas where one could go caution as group 2, and then there were the areas with the potential for wind farms with group 3. The site is within a old group 3, and it's identified in the spatial strategy, which is part of the local development plan. And it's worth noting that in the context of the spatial strategy, the local plan also does refer to the ridge lines that we talked about a moment ago, and did identify the site as being within the area which had potential for wind farm development. Strictly speaking, the spatial strategy is no longer relevant. I just think it is worth noting in the context of that's where the site is, and there is specific reference to the sensitive ridge lines in that context. I am assuming, well, the local development plan would have been consulted on prior to its adoption by Orkney Islands Council, and I'm assuming that Historic Scotland would have commented on the policies that they were particularly interested in that context. And I don't know what they said or what it was done, but they would have had the opportunity.
So that's the spatial strategy. If we move on to the 2 relevant policies, there's no disagreement, policy 7 and policy 11. There's a suggestion in which I read its evidence that policy 7 is relevant to the weight as opposed to identifying matters to be passed. Policy 7H, in your view, does policy 7H in NA-4, which is CD 12.1, attach weight or give any indication as to weight as to the respective numeral 1 and 2 within that policy?
I don't believe it does. I think it's clear that development will be supported where direct impacts on the scheduled monument are avoided and where significant impacts on the integrity of the setting of the scheduled monument are avoided, unless you get into, and if you don't meet either of those two tests, you get into part 3, which is the exceptional circumstances issue. But I don't think that says that a direct impact on a scheduled monument is more or less important and should attract greater or lesser weight than adverse impacts or significant adverse impacts on integrity of setting.
Thank you. Staying with NA-4, there's obviously a need to address both parts of relevant parts of Policy 7, the one dealing with scheduled ancient monuments and the one dealing with World Heritage Sites.
Yes.
They are actually they're in essence pass or fail. They provide tests which need to be met.
Yes, indeed.
If you turn on to Policy 11, which deals with energy, so that again is in CD 12.1, electronic page 53 of 162. In the letter E, I'll just read it out. In addition, project design and mitigation will demonstrate how the following impacts are addressed. Roman numeral 7, impacts on historic environment. Does that set a test as such in you?
No, I don't think that is a classic development plan test. It's not a pass or fail. It's the require to demonstrate how project design and mitigation has considered the impacts on a number of environmental receptors. In considering those impacts, at the tail end of that policy on the following page is the requirement to place significant weight on the contribution to renewable energy generation.
Yeah. Absolutely. Weight is a matter for not for this.
It's not, no.
Not for this hearing, absolutely. But yes, that's the context of it. Can I then move on to a more pertinent question potentially? And that is, if the tests in Policy 7H and Policy 7L, or either of them, are failed, should there still be compliance with Policy 11?
In thinking about this, I've thought about it from a cultural heritage point of view and disregarded landscape and visual and things like that. So with that caveat, I think if it's concluded that there's a failure in the context of the historic environment in respect of 7H and or 7L, I think it's very difficult to see how it can be concluded that Policy 11E Roman 7 is complied with or is satisfied in that context. And I think that's something which the Scottish ministers wrestled with in the context of the Lethans decision. And that document reference is 14.040.
Can I just interrupt you? Just to confuse, it's also 1534. It's clearly a good document. It's been reflected twice by the applicants and has. So let's stick with 1440. I just put that in case Mr. Milne had marked up 1534.
Thank you. And on page 19, there aren't paragraph numbers, I'm afraid, but in that situation, the ministers found the development to be contrary to Policy 7H, and they advised that despite applying significant weight to the meeting of targets, the matter presents an issue for compliance with Policy 11E7, and I think it does present an issue. I think I wouldn't ever say it couldn't be done, but I think it would be challenging to do that, to fail policies 7H and L and be found to have addressed the project design and mitigation in the context of the historic impacts on the historic environment.
Thank you. Was all the points I had, unless there's anything you think I've forgotten.
There's one thing I would like to clarify, and it's a minor correction.
Oh, absolutely.
To my inquiry report, please. So it's document 1444 and it's paragraph 4.35. And it's in the second last sentence. And the sentence that's going to the refers, while the word significant did not feature in paragraph 145 of SPP 2014, it is submitted that this does make the test substantially different. It should be does not make the test substantially different. I don't believe that alters tenor of my evidence, because the next sentence says they are considered to be the same test.
Yeah.
Just for clarity.
Yeah, I actually had that on my questions. Is there an optimism in either the last or the penultimate sentence? So, one last question from me.
Yes, thank you very much. Those are all the questions. I have a few. No doubt Mr. Mann may have a few more.
Appreciate it.
Happy to
Absolutely, yes.
straight on. Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
I will try and shout at you so as others can hear.
Yes,
but that doesn't come across as impolite in any way at all.
Can everybody hear Mr. Mill?
Please do let me know if I start to fade. Yes, Cedric, so as I can understand the scope of your evidence and the scope of Mr. Bradley Hopkins' evidence, can I just start by checking that you agree that Mr. Lotkin has kindly said that we can shorten his name? Are we agreed that your evidence is that Mr. Lotkin has correctly identified policies which are to be applied when reaching his conclusions on the historic environment?
I'm a planner. Mr. Lufkin is a expert in the historic environment. I don't have the skills to assess the impact of a particular development on the historic environment. I therefore have to rely on him to tell me how severe the impacts are they significantly adverse, are they not a problem, etc., and things. So I rely on him to do the technical expert bit, and I then use that to consider planning policy and to consider how planning policy may be passed or failed or addressed or complied with, or whichever, depending on the type of the policy that it is done.
And that's understood, but my question was, has Mr. Lufkin correctly identified the policy?
I, as a non-technical person, have to rely on him to do that, yes. So I have to be comfortable that he has done that in the same way as I would with the landscape expert or an ecological expert or whatever. So I have to trust the technical experts to allow me to then do my job, because I'm not trained in landscape, cultural heritage, whatever it may be.
So you will have reviewed Mr. Lufkin's evidence and will be content that he's identified the correct policy, correct material considerations, but then Mr. Lufkin does his bit in terms of assessing. That's a correct summary of the process and the context of your evidence. Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do, and I think I need to take this quite slowly because there are quite a few documents to go through, is look at the appropriate policy, appropriate guidance, and other material considerations which apply to assessment of impacts on the World Heritage Site. So if you could have in front of you NPF 4,
Yes.
which is 12.1. 14.12, manage and change in the historic environment, the World Heritage Guidance. Operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, which is 14.7. Which already refers to the local development plan to Highlands Council 2017 12.2.
Yeah.
Supplementary guidance on historic environment and cultural heritage 12.4. I policy advice note which you referenced 14.5. And 12.9, managing change in the historic environment. The second guidance note is set in. I suspect we'll need to dip into the 14.8 series of documents to do with the minor boundary modification.
Boundaries, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically takes some of this quickly and focus on it's them particularly interested in. I think it's a matter of agreement that the relevant policy for assessment of impacts on World Heritage Sites in NPF 4 is policy 7L.
Yes, that's the key policy. I think one also has to have regard to the energy policy, which refers to historic assets as well.
Yes, and I'm going to focus on policy 7 for the time being and come on to interaction with policy 11 later. Also relevant, just check that you agree with this, is on PDF page 159. We have an XF, the definition of World Heritage Sites.
Page.
It is, yes, of course, page 159. Our copy document.
This is of MDF for work.
Yes.
Okay.
You're familiar with this definition of World Heritage Sites?
Yes, I am.
What we see here, so a matter of agreement, is NPF 4 minister stating that World Heritage Sites are internationally important cultural and or natural heritage sites which have been inscribed for their outstanding universal value. The no additional statutory controls result from World Heritage designation. The impact of proposed development on their outstanding universal value, including authenticity and integrity of the World Heritage Site at its setting, is a material consideration, etc.
Indeed.
I think policy 7, sorry, the bit of this is necessary because of how the document is structured. We see, of course, that's hard copy page 45 and PDF page 45 as well. We see at the bottom of the left-hand column a statement by ministers that proposals also be informed by national policy and guidance on managing change in the historic environment. Is it a matter of agreement that this is page 45?
Yeah.
The left-hand column, the bottom paragraph, begins proposals.
Oh, right, yes, got you.
Proposals should be informed by national policy and guidance on managing change in the historic environment. So simple question is, are we agreed that the reference to managing change in the historic environment would include document 1412, managing change in the historic environment World Heritage.
Indeed, yes, and that's informing proposals, yes.
And would also include 12.9, managing change in the historic environment setting.
Yes.
So these documents are both material considerations. I think that's a matter of agreement.
Yes.
You contained that Mr. Luckin applied these two guidance notes in terms of his assessment of impact, focusing just now on the World Heritage Site.
I'm content the proposal has been informed by managing change in the historic environment. I'm content that Mr. Lovkin has had regard to it in his assessment, his consideration.
Take that up with Mr. Luckin. Looking at 14.12, the guidance on World Heritage Sites. A couple of key terms in here which I just wish to check that are a matter of agreement between parties. Go to page 5 of the guidance note for World Heritage. And the first, you look at the column on the left-hand side with the paragraph that begins, UNESCO defines outstanding universal value. So reading towards the end of that, we see OUV is there for the reason that World Heritage Sites are considered to be of national importance. Any impacts on or changes to a World Heritage Site should be assessed in terms of its OUV. Again, it's a simple question, but really to lay the ground rules here. Parties are agreed that what's required by NPF4, as further expanded upon by this guidance note, is an assessment of the impact of the Nest Hill Wind Farm proposal on the OUV of the World Heritage Site.
Yes, I mean, any impact on changes too. So in this context, it's an impact on the setting of it, because it's not a direct impact on the World Heritage Site, should be assessed in terms of the
The second column, based on attributes, we see that what the guidance note says is attributes of the specific qualities that convey the site's OUV. Attributes can include both tangible and intangible elements. We then read what tangible attributes are. They might include buildings, monuments, landscapes, or natural features. Less tangible attributes might include traditions, language, literature, or art. Attributes can also include relationships and links between features and with their wider context. Attributes are described as having authenticity and integrity. That is the reference towards the end of that paragraph to UNESCO's operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. Now, this may save some time. Where I'm going now is to explore what is meant by attributes and the requirement to assess a proposal against the attributes of the World Heritage Site. Is it a matter of agreement that when assessing impact of proposal on the OUV of World Heritage Site and its setting, that what has to be considered are the attributes of the World Heritage Site, its authenticity and integrity?
think what you're saying is that when one considers the OUV, that is the reason for the designation of the World Heritage Site, as I understand it. And then attributes are prepared in respect of a World Heritage Site, and they will be specific to the World Heritage Site, because not all attributes will be considered for World Heritage Sites. If one thinks about Fort Bridge, City of Edinburgh, Orkney, they will have different attributes and things. Therefore, one has to understand what the attributes are and where those attributes are set out, and then consider them.
So is that, are we agreed then that what is required for assessing the impact of a proposal on the OUV is consideration of impact on the attributes?
I think that has to be at least part of it. And that assessment is not undertaken by me, it's undertaken by Mr. Lovekin as the expert. So I would rely on him to say if that's all of it, part of it, none of it, and things. But my reading of the piece you've just taken to me is that in considering the impacts on the OUV, part of that at least has to be a consideration of the attributes.
The way this is commonly expressed, isn't it, is that attributes convey OUV of a World Heritage Site.
I'm not familiar with that description, but I'm not a cultural heritage expert. So
again, this is where I'm exploring where your evidence leads into that of Mr. Lovekin, because I understand that you reviewed Mr. Lovekin's evidence and are content that he complied with national policy and appropriate local policy and appropriate guidance.
With respect, she hasn't said that. So as far as between policy and guidance, this witness is a policy witness. She identified material considerations. For the reasons she's just said, it's not for her to say whether Mr. Lovekin has complied with the step-by-step guidance in a particular document. That's for Mr. Lovekin to. It's not for her, with respect also, to pass judgment on Mr. Lovekin's performance in so doing. That is with respect to the reported ultimate Scottish ministers.
And certainly there's a sort of a fine line, I think, between policy and the impact. And I'm certainly happy for the witness to say that's more appropriate for you to give a view on that, because certainly, I mean, some of my questions, I think I'd be saying, well, I'll give them to you if you think it's more appropriate for Mr. Lovekin. So I think that's the best way of me getting the answer. If there's questions that you want to put to Miss, but if she feels that the answer is more appropriate, then if you can keep that question for Mr. Lovekin, we'll hopefully get to the right answer. Does that sound reasonable?
Thank you, ma'am. That's very helpful. As you say, that there is a fine line, and I need to be very careful not to allow any questions to sort of fall between witnesses. And
yes, I think if you ask the question, if you feel it's more appropriate for Mr. Lovekin defer it, if you keep a note of that question, then Mr. Lovekin can hopefully step in.
Yeah. So you are no.
We know, Ms. Sidgwick, obviously what we're looking at just now is another thing that we mentioned, the setting guidance, which is especially referenced by NPA block policy. I'll keep going.
I think that's right. I think sort of perhaps it helps if, I mean, as the planner, I start with the development plan and things, and then I think about material considerations. This is obviously a material consideration. When I look at it, I think this is a tool for the practitioner, for the expert to use in providing me with the information I need to be able to think about the planning policy, rather than something I go through sort of and just think about the fine line of it. But I need to be comfortable that it's been.
Well, in terms of this fine line, I'm turning next to page 10 of Managing Change on the Historic Environment World Heritage Sites, and we've got a page here which talks about buffer zones, which are obviously the buffer zones here for the Arctic Neolithic World Heritage Site are referenced extensively through all lecture residents.
Yes.
So in terms of this fine line, Yeah, may I ask, are you familiar with the concept of the buffer zone, generally in terms of protection and preservation of a World Heritage Site?
I understand that we have the World Heritage Site that is made up of 6 scheduled monuments, and the boundary of the World Heritage Site is tightly drawn around those monuments. In this instance, it's not a situation like one has with the old and new towns of Edinburgh, where you have a larger area which has a mixture of other designations and things in it, and areas that are not designated and things. So I'm comfortable with the context of a buffer zone, and buffer zones here in all sorts of different environmental scenarios and things. One might zones associated with budget sets or whatever else thing. So as a planner, I'm comfortable in that context. But in terms of the detail, in the cultural heritage detail, that's beyond my technical expertise.
That's fair. Do you understand that the buffer zone is not part of the Inquriy site?
Yes.
Reading from page 10, in most cases, the buffer zone will include the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site, important views to or from it, and features or other attributes that support its OUV. So this is common ground in terms of what the buffer zone is. We then see at the top of the second column, staying on that page, that the setting of a World Heritage Site can extend more widely than the limits of any formal buffer zone. Planning authorities may have identified key views that are important for the site's OUV to allow the impact of development proposals to be assessed against this baseline. So again, I'm being careful not to stray over this line, which is it will be on occasion difficult to do to avoid. Do you understand that we have, in terms of a World Heritage Site, we have the tightly drawn boundary around the sites which comprise the World Heritage Site. We then have a buffer zone, and then we have this setting which extends more widely than the limits of any formal zone. That reflects your understanding, or we agreed?
Yes, and that area is referred to in some documents as a sensitive area. Previously, I think there was an inner buffer zone and an outer buffer zone and things. So there are, it's been described in different ways over the last 15 years in documents that I have seen.
Do you consider the reference sensitive area, and we will come on to that as we start to look at Orkney Islands Council's policies and the minor boundary modification. But given you referenced the sensitive area there, do you understand the sensitive area to be the setting of the part of the Neolithic World Heritage Site?
I don't think it's something I can comment on because I don't have the calibration to define the setting.
We then keep reading on through guidance note, and we see on page 11 stage 1, which requires when considering change in the historic environment, an understanding of the World Heritage Site, extent of the inscribed area, any buffer zone, understanding of the site's OUV attributes and key components, which we discussed earlier, identifying designated heritage concepts within the site, and buffer zone is checking specific policies governing this site. We then see that for each site, the guidance note tells us that the primary sources of the nomination document, the statement of outstanding universal value, the attributes statement where available, just move on to the following page, stage 2. Related to paragraph on the left-hand side again, assessing impact on the site's OUV should include consideration of the relevant policies for the World Heritage Site the buffer zone and the setting. Assessment should cover issues such as specific attributes, designated assets, and key views. So I think again, from your perspective, looking at this guidance note as a material consideration, I think we agreed that assessing impact on the SUV should include looking at relevant policies for the World Heritage Site, which is where you come in, and also for relevant policies for the buffer zone and its setting. And assessment should cover issues such as specific attributes, designated assets, and key views. So it's a matter of agreeing that this is what's required as part of a heritage impact assessment.
I think that's right. I think it's also important to remember that in the HEPS document, the sort of principles, policies and principles part of that. So that is document reference 1103, and looking at hard copy page 14, that talks about core principles on managing change. And in that, it recognises that some change is inevitable, and it talks about good decisions reflecting on an understanding of the wider environment, and good decisions being taken in the long term. And I think when we're looking at the managing change documents in particular on setting in the World Heritage Site, we have to see them in the context. As a planner, I look at them in the context of the HIPS document as well. So I'm sort of looking at the jigsaw, if you like.
I think it's a matter.
Sorry, can you say where in the that HIPS document were you referring to?
Hard copy page 14, and under the heading of managing change policies and principles. There's a list of bullets at the bottom which talks about core principles on managing change. So when I'm looking at these documents, I'm seeing them in the context of those core principles as well.
I think it's a great thing, which is again that HEPS, Historic Environment Policy for Scotland, is national policy. But at least the document says it sits alongside national policy.
It's clear. There's a section on the status of HEPS in it, which is contained at page 6, and it's clear it's non-statutory, which means it's not required to be followed as a matter of law or statute. And it goes on to say HEPS should be taken into account whenever a decision will affect the historic environment, and it also says a material consideration for planning proposals that might affect the historic environment. So yes, it's policy, but in the planning speak, it's a material consideration.
I'll take the story in terms of managing change. It's helpful to have had that discussion around the lens through which we consider the managing change guidance notes. We should turn to stage 3, which is on page 14 of the guidance note, mitigate impacts through design and enhancement. Well, we read, looking through the lens that we've just been discussing, the proposal should seek to enhance the World Heritage Site and make a positive contribution to sustaining the site's OUV for the future. Good practice for mitigating adverse impacts. It identifies a hierarchy of prepared options. The highest of these is to avoid impact. Where it's not possible, developers should aim to reduce impacts through design. So again, I don't think this is controversial. We're seeing in this guidance note, the point is to make positive contribution, and then the mitigation hierarchy. A mitigation hierarchy is referred to where impacts cannot be avoided. Developers should aim to reduce impacts through design.
That's what it calls us.
Referred earlier to the operational guidelines, which referenced in the guidance note we've just been looking at in document 14 Dot 7. You familiar with the operational guidelines for implementation of the World Heritage Convention?
I am aware of them. It depends how to say, in that sense, I am familiar with them, but I wouldn't suggest that I understand them. They're more technical than I am. That makes sense.
That's variable planning policy evidence, and these are detailed technical guidelines. Could the reporter take these guidelines into account?
I think that she needs to be aware of them. And I would leave it to Mr. Lovekin to explain which parts of them she needs to be familiar with and aware of.
So insofar as the operational guidelines tell us what the functioning purpose of a statement of outstanding universal value is, and something that the reporter would find to be of assistance, then
Can you just remind me where that is on the document?
paragraph 51. And you know, I'm not straying into asking you questions about impact. This is much more what should regard be at from policy perspective when assessing impacts on OUV World Heritage Site in this sense. And this is the where I'm coming from. You'll see that paragraph 51 under the heading of outstanding universal value, UNESCO operational guidelines tell us that at the time of inscription of a property on the World Heritage List, the committee adopts a statement of outstanding universal value, which will be the key reference for future effective protection and management of the property.
I think in that context, the reporter needs to be aware of the statement of outstanding universal value for the Auckland Heritage Site, and needs to understand what that says is special about the World Heritage Site in order to understand the impact as Mr. Lovekin and others describe and things, so that she's aware of that. But I think that's as far as I can take it.
Thank you. And just for the reporter's notes, the statement of outstanding universal value or Paleolithic Orkney World Heritage Site is 14.9. It's adopted retrospect.
It was in about 2015, I believe.
The dates seem to surround that document. You don't think necessary, but Historic and Private Scotland's position is that it was adopted by resolution in 2013.
Right, okay. I don't just
the document I think was published in 2016, so there has
okay, right.
odd time sequence going on. I suspect will be for Mr. Lovekin, but again, I don't want to miss my opportunity with you. Paragraph 107 of
the same
the
document.
operational guidelines, yes. This is under the heading of buffers. So yes, of course, it's page 34 of the PDF.
Just telling they have this printed off.
Yeah.
No.
So if there's any disagreement insofar as you're concerned, between the parties, although buffer zones are not part of the nominated property, any modifications to or creation of buffer zones subsequent to inscription of a property on the World Heritage List should be approved by the World Heritage Committee using the procedure for a minor boundary modification.
I have no reason to doubt that's not the correct procedure.
Paragraph 07.
That is correct. We discussed earlier that the World Heritage Site comprises the inscribed area, buffer zone, and setting.
I'm not sure I.
Not sure we did, and I'm not sure for what purpose. What are you saying? The World Heritage Site is the World Heritage Site. Doesn't, if the World Heritage Site doesn't include the buffer zone is additional to.
Sorry, I maybe misspoke. We discussed earlier role of the inscription. I'll be clearer, sorry. The inscribed area, the role of the buffer zone, and the setting. We went through managing change areas.
Yes, and my understanding is the World Heritage Site itself is the 6 scheduled monuments, 4 of which are referenced in the various documents in the context of this inquiry. There is then a buffer zone, which, as I understand it, is not part of the heritage site. And then there is the outer buffer zone or the sensitive area, again, which is not part of the World Heritage Site, but is something one considers when considering the World Heritage Site, if that makes sense.
Yes. Suspect this is something that I should put to Mr. Buchan, but we looked at policy 7L in NPM 4. We saw a reference to the World Heritage Site and its setting. So clearly, have this national policy reference to the setting of the World Heritage Site. Paragraph 112 of the operational guidelines. That's page 35. Refers to setting, and I really just wanted to check from the perspective of your evidence whether there is any issue with what UNESCO say in this paragraph.
Just read it. Yes.
I'm afraid it's 112.
112.
112. Page 35.
I have no difficulty with that. It talks about the timescales for the effective management, and goes on to talk about the way in which this may be done, and talks about it potentially going beyond the actual designated World Heritage Site food zones, as well as the wider setting, and then it tells us what the wider setting may relate to. And it goes on to say management of the wider setting is related to its role in supporting needs. I have no issue with that from a planning policy point of view.
As Mr. Lockin, if he has understood
Yes,
this
this would be a
in the
question.
context of his evidence. In 2015, as we've seen in the written materials, there was a process by which the World Heritage Committee agreed on inner boundary modification.
Yes.
These were quite technical documents at 14.8, which set out that process. Are you familiar with these documents?
familiar in that I'm aware of them, but as with the document we took into previously, in terms of being familiar with them as to all their technical information, no.
Your examination in chief, Mr. Finlay will correct me if I am wrong, whereas you made reference to Hundland Lands Council 2017 local development
Yes.
to a number of pieces of supplementary planning guidance. To the local planning authority's planning policy advice.
Yeah.
Minor boundary modification process, and correct amateur, took place before the adoption of the 2017 LDP and associated supplementary planning guidance, which is supplementary planning guidance and LDP, which is now in.
So that was adopted in 2017. The local development plan was adopted in 2017. My understanding is that the proposal to amend the World Heritage Site buffer took place before that. What I can't tell you, I'm afraid, I can look it up from the documents, is exactly when that boundary change was certified, if that's the right terminology. You can point me to where that information is. I can confirm or deny.
Yes.
Confirm.
And it's really to get the sequence here to make sure we understand. Document 14.8, the one which is entitled UNESCO 2015 Decision of the World Heritage Committee.
Yes.
Now, that is an unwieldy document, but we do see on page 1, really just a description of what the document is. Decisions adopted by the World Heritage Committee at its 39th session in Bonn, 2015.
Yes, I had understood this would be a minute of that meeting, as it were, or resolution of that meeting.
I think that's fair to say. And then on page 228, is PDF page 229.
Page 229.
But it's page 228, which is PDF 229.
Yes,
So it seems to be the way.
so yes, and I see stuff relating to Spain. Yes, I have voice, yeah.
Yes, so what we have here is the World Heritage Committee, having considered certain documents, approves the minor modification to the boundary of the buffer zone and recommends that the state party, the UK, ensure that the revised buffer zones are included in the revised management plan 2014-18 as announced, and that the supplementary guidance for wind energy is approved.
That is what it says, yes.
We turn to it's also under the bundle at 14.8. Advisory, it says 14.8 UNESCO 2015 Advisory Body Evaluation ICOMOS.
Yes, I have that.
I think it a matter of agreement that this is ICOMOS's assessment of the proposal which has been made by the UK government to modify the boundary, the buffer zone of the World Heritage Site, and Moss as an advisory body to UNESCO has carried out its assessment of the proposal.
Yeah, it provides a description of it. It refers to the various scheduled monuments, talks about the issues raised. Soil erosion. Knows coastal erosion is a concern. Current buffer zone does not consider these impacts. And it seems to be, so it's talking about increased visitor impacts associated with coastal erosion and the buffer zone doesn't consider these impacts. And so it seems to be mainly focusing on spray. Then it talks about the proposed modification, which describes the increase in the buffer zone. I mean, it may be the fact that I'm not cultural heritage technical, but I don't see an assessment as such.
What we see, the second paragraph, sorry, the second column of the first page, bottom paragraph.
Yes.
And this is still under the heading issues raised.
Yes.
And what Inquriy say is the proposed buffer zone introduces a sensitive area that creates a wide area around the sites and their associated buffer zones, where the outstanding universal value and the setting need to be considered as part of any proposed developments. It serves to highlight it must be the proposed buffer zone, which introduces a sensitive area.
Was it the sensitive area?
The sentence begins, the paragraph begins, the proposed buffer zone introduces a sensitive area that creates a wide area around the sites and their associated buffer zones.
Yes, so
Let's read that as the sensitive area.
Yes.
Serves to highlight areas.
I'm sorry, I'm slightly, it's maybe me, but looking at the maps which are in the proposal to amend the Heart of Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site buffer zone, which I think
It's also to say
14.
is they're all 1408. I'm
Yes.
trying to see which one it is. But that seems to, the proposed boundary talks about the buffer zone being separate to the sensitive area. So it may be me, but I'm confused because as I look at it, the proposed boundaries seem to introduce a buffer zone and a sensitive area. The buffer zone is within the sensitive area, but the sensitive area is not the buffer zone, if that makes sense.
It's this three-part issue that I raised earlier of the property boundary. The plan you refer to, Mr. Sidgwick, is helpful. It's so 14.8 maps of minor boundary modification. And the first page of those maps does show us a property boundary, which is.
I'm looking at map 2, just
Right,
for
find a map in common.
I think I've taken off this, but which actual one I've taken? Sure.
I'm looking at a map 5, so that's good that you clarified that, because otherwise we could do different ones.
I'm sure there is a map too, and so
The map I think that's most helpful is it's 14.8 UNESCO 2015 maps of the minor boundary modification. That's the description of the document is lodged. There's 6 pages to that PDF.
Okay, the document, just so you know, the document I'm looking at. It's called UNESCO 2015 Minor Boundary Modification. You should, yeah. If you speak on that,
Is that a lodge document?
it is a lodge document. Yes.
Because I think I'm looking at the same one that's.
Yeah, I think it's a different document.
It's a different-
part of 1408.
Eight.
So yes, there's a document in 1408 which says maps of minor boundary modification, which is what that's Milne and
That's
Young
right,
look
yeah.
at. Then there's a document before that which says minor boundary modification, which also has a map in it.
That's the one I'm looking at.
So that document is the one which on the first page says proposal to amend the heart of the Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site Buffer Zone.
Yes.
And it's got all the maps attached to it. So
And my understanding is that would have been the proposal
yes,
that was considered at the convention to the notes of which you have took me to a moment ago.
that's right. And in attempt to speed this along, I was moving over the proposal to go to
Right.
cost evaluation. See
Okay,
that I
apologies.
should have just stuck with the actual sequence. So the sequence, if we can agree this, is that the state party made a proposal to amend the buffer zone. And we see a 20-page document there with some maps attached to it, which say to the position for minor boundary modification and the proposal to amend to modify the buffer zone and to introduce a sensitivity. And then I was taking you to the Inquriy evaluation.
Yes,
That we're
yes.
looking at. And that then led on to a discussion about what are we talking about here.
Indeed.
And I think we're both agreed that it's helpful to get a map out to have a look at
Yes.
what we're discussing. And I think the most helpful map, if you'll bear with me, is the one associated with the decision of the World Heritage Committee,
Right.
which
It's the maps of the minor boundary modification.
that is right.
And within that, there are a number of
Yes, all on lab 5 on a scale of 1 to 200,000 and lab 6, 1 to 50,000. They're
they're sort of zoomed in.
different scales. They
Yeah.
zoom in.
Indeed.
So I was really looking at this part of Orkney on the larger scale of 1 to
Okay.
200,000 printed off at A4.
Map 5.
Map 5.
Yep.
And here what we get to is we have a property boundary. Zones.
Yes, one sort of centred in inverted commas and scar around associated with Stunner stones.
And then we have a larger part of this part of Orkney, which is marked sensitive area.
Yes.
And again, looking at 14.8, the ICMOS evaluation, the second
Yes.
column of the bottom paragraph, we see the proposed buffer zone introducing the sensitive area that creates a wide area around the sites and their associated buffer zones, where the outstanding universal value and the setting need to be considered as part of any proposed developments.
The bit that confuses me there is the proposed buffer zone introduces a sensitive area, because I don't think the buffer zone, I don't think the sensitive area is the same as the buffer zone. If that makes sense.
That does make sense, and that's a matter of agreement between the parties.
Okay.
We have the property boundary, buffer zone, and the sensitive area.
Okay.
It serves to highlight areas, policies relating to the potential effects on the World Heritage Site and its setting should be taken into account. So, is it a a matter of agreement that Econos are correct here, that the sensitive area highlights where policies relating to potential effects on a World Heritage Site and its setting should be taken into account.
Correct, in the context of policies, and I would expect the local development plan to be such a policy. Doesn't say proposal for proposed developments, it's policies. Is my reading of that.
Revised buffer zone and sensitive area thus serve to protect the context of the sites and the key visual connections between the broader Nest group of monuments. Protection is afforded in the supplementary planning guidance through the identification of sensitive ridge lines within the sensitive area and the guidelines in terms of avoiding the approval of large-scale developments in the area. The overarching goal is protection of the OUV of the site as a whole. Is that all understood?
That is understood. I think the caveat to that, if it is indeed a caveat, is just the bit at the end of the policy of the local development plan, which I alluded to, I think, in questions from Mr. Finlay, that says, so if we look at the development plan, which is document 1202, and policy 8 part D, which is on hard copy page 28. Right, I'm sort of sure if I have answered. Page 32 hard copy. B. And in the context of the heart of Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site, it says development will not be permitted where it breaks the skyline, the sensitive ridge lines of the World Heritage Site when viewed from any of its component parts, or where it will be sited in a location where there's potential to impact on the World Heritage Site. And importantly, it then goes on to say, unless it is demonstrated the development will not have a significant impact, negative impact, on either the OUV or the setting of the World Heritage Site. So while it says in the first instance that development shouldn't breach that ridgeline, it then says it can do it if that second part is satisfied. Which isn't quite what it says in the document you took them to.
But we have the LDP policy, which references the sensitive ridge lines of the World Heritage Site, and references development not being permitted when it breaks the skyline at the sensitive ridge lines.
With the caveat that unless you can prove development is fine part of the test is not.
To read that paragraph as the unless being tied to the what way it will be slated in any location.
It's not how I would interpret it.
So, can I just go clear from Mr. Miller, is that how you're saying historic environment in Scotland?
No, sorry, I've just responded to the comment that Mr. Miss Sedgwick had made.
That was a question that I was going to ask to both parties in terms of where that word unless applied. So I'll be asking the Historic Environment to do that. So that
It may be a matter of agreement. In which case,
I think it is important to understand that Historic Environment Scotland's role here as an national body is really to comment on national policy. If we're into the local development plan supplementary guidance because of the interaction between various documents, but there's Historic Environment Scotland's rules not to comment on local.
if we park that for now, it may come up in relation to my questions or Dr. By Rivet, but obviously in my decision, I need to look at the whole of the development plan.
Yes.
And as we don't have a council witness here, I will give both parties the opportunity to give me their views. If the Historic Environment Scotland don't want to give a view on that, then I'll just note that. But I'll need to take account of the F4 and DP. You note your view that the unless applies to the preceding cases.
Yes, I think it does. And my view from my reasoning for that is it is one very long sentence. If it had meant that development will not be permitted by the breaks and skyline, the sensitive hotels of the Royal Heritage Site when viewed from any of its component parts, I think there would have been a full stop. Then it would be started again where it will be cited with application. To include some additional wording, but if and that's F1 part, the caveat only related to that. I'm not articulating this particularly well, but in my view, because it's all part of one long sentence, that relates to both the first and the second elements of it.
I was wondering if you were tending to give a short break.
I can take a break. We've been going for an hour and a half now, so yeah, if it's a good time to take a break, then that would be good. 10 minutes enough. Listen, you know that you can't speak to anybody. Okay, well, let's make it 1:45 because it's nearly 25 too. So back at close.
To explain. Oh, right.
Yeah, I was doing yesterday. That's it.
What's the comment? This is
And
you actually also. Interesting.
yeah, well, the big no, just to be able to tidying up my desk. Keep myself.
Chaos and that's an operation.
That's the explanation.
Okay. Wasn't fair over there. Wait. Sugar, yes, whatever.
One of you gentlemen object to your open window. You're not for.
No, you've laced the ones.
Just under review in terms of the noise. It's that balance between these verses and
The road that's.
yeah.
Yes, we can. We get so change. That's got real.
On morning.
Really not looks. She's.
Oh.
She. Doesn't actually.
My brother know it.
They're actually.
He's not yet.
So far,
No, I don't.
Turn off the file. Okay. Hey, I've got. That's correct. I think the pairs. Yeah. Pairs. Right. It's great. Trying this. Just
Also, sorry, correct. I was teaching at college. I'm not going to take it. I think it's just part of the story. Yeah. I appreciate it. So if there's anything of interest to you and you enjoy saying about it, it knows change the short parts of the story. There's nothing. Since yesterday. Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah. You look like I don't know. I haven't seen anything from it.
Like it. Version of the when you were writing the video.
to raise, and I'll give you the opportunity to comment at. In Ms. Sedgwick's examination in chief, there was discussion about the ridge lines being shown on the planning policy note.
Yes.
I realised it because I've said, I'm sure I've seen somewhere they're on the LDP. The LDP map isn't lodged because on the online document only has the text. So what's in the DPA library is only the text, not the proposals map. So I have copies for you to have a look at that show the ridge lines on the proposals map. It's something that you can address either through thing or but as a factual information that I will have to take into account, so I can't mislead ministers on a status. So I just asked the case officer to do a kind of screen grab, which kind of shows the ridge lines and the sites out there. So I think it's the same ridge lines that are on the these are the ridge lines. It's something that you want to can either take written evidence on it later, or you can cover it in your proposing submissions, but it's just factual.
Look, absolutely. I mean, that's very helpful, and that's embarrassing the way that both parties haven't found that. But our point of referring to the plan which had it was to make it clear there is a relevant plan which shows the ridge lines so that the policy can be properly interpreted. The fact that it's on the proposals map makes them even clearer. It's no part of our case. You should put less weight on.
Indeed.
It's going to be no part of our submission. You should put less weight on the ridge lines because we mistakenly thought they weren't shown in a main plan book.
Well, that's helpful.
When you go through the council website, it doesn't flash it up for you.
Right at the bottom under interactive version,
That's where it's hidden
it's
away.
there, but quite a lot of I think they find when they put links on the DPA website, they're only given the document.
Yeah.
And so sometimes in other casework, we have to go back and say, give us the relevant extract, the proposals map. So that's useful that it's wasn't part of your. I was kind of thinking that you were saying it was
to be able to understand where to go to find.
That's where I had found them as well, and I'd printed that out, and we'd have that on the site visit from the policy advice note. That's it. That's just.
I wonder whether we should call that document CD 12 because it can fit in cell numbers. Come up to the library.
What we'll do is we'll work out how to the hold it off the map. Obviously, that's just the top quality stuff. I wanted you to see the key so that you could understand it. But I think it's the West Mainland map extract of the LDP. I say it is just.
One problem with interactive maps looking at this is that some of them show different layers depending on what you're looking at the time. Yes, so that's from our point of view. The purpose of the examination chief is just to identify to you where we thought to find it.
Yes,
Not that it
didn't help the state.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, we'll add that to the. Mr. Sinclair, do you understand that okay from your point of view? Mr. Milne, okay?
Yes, so thank you.
Okay, I'll hand back over to yourself then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your researches over the break. It was timely. Miss Sidgwick, looking at 12.15, just to orientate ourselves correctly, it's quite difficult to do. We see a body of water.
Yes.
There.
Yes, the large, yes.
And that's Loch Swanee.
I was just looking to the site location plan, to just try and get my orientation. Yes, I think that, yes, I agree that's Loch Swanee.
I think we can even see two crags near the coast.
It's two small dots.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have to the west, we've got Loch Hundland, which we can see part of. And there's a sensitive ridge line, according to the legend, they put it this way, running between those two rocks.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Is it an agreed matter that the proposed development straddles that sensitive ridge lines?
Eyeing it, I would agree. The red line, it's obviously mapped. It's on.
I think actually, if I can assist that, yes, certainly no dispute, and I think it's expressly accepted, perhaps by looking at the site sits on or in the vicinity of the that sensitive ridge line.
Yes, we didn't understand that to be a contentious matter, but that's very helpful. Thank you for that information. The supplementary planning guidance on historic environment and cultural heritage, you can turn to that .4. And you mean that this is part of the development plan?
Indeed.
Really, for reference purposes and slightly rendered redundant, I expect, because of the disclosure of the proposals map. But if I could take you to page PDF page 43, that's page 42 of your hard copy.
Indeed.
And we see this is a note A16. Picking off that the setting of the World Heritage Site is a material consideration in the planning process, and planning policy provisions set out below further background information on the World Heritage Site and its planning considerations, including maps showing the inner sensitive zone and sensitive ridge lines, is included in the planning policy advice.
Indeed, and that was what I referred to earlier this morning.
And the planning policy advice is document reference at 14.50.
15 is
Looking briefly that document, the planning policy
the advice.
is, yes, please.
Yes.
I appreciate the position that this is not part of the local development plan, which is accepted, but is material consideration. That's on page 14 at 311. You see an explanation. I expect to take it with this, but it's helpful text to draw the reporter's attention to. Though no additional statutory controls result from World Heritage Site designation, SPP at that time requires that planning authorities protect each World Heritage Site and its setting from inappropriate development by including relevant policies in the local development plan, which set out the factors that will be taken into account when deciding applications for development proposals which may impact on a World Heritage Site. These policies must ensure that the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site important views to other areas which are important to the site and its protection be protected from inappropriate development. In addition to this, the setting of all scheduled monuments is a material consideration.
That's absolutely what it says. I would just sort of say that obviously we're now in a situation where we have NPF 4.
Yes.
And in that context, World Heritage Site, it would be 7L. And in the context of this World Heritage Site, which is focused on the scheduled monuments, it brings in 7 as well, obviously.
No, doesn't have exceptional circumstances covered.
No, it doesn't. It does in the 7H does in the context of scheduled monuments. It has the ability to argue the exceptional circumstances. That caveat, if you like, get out of jail card, doesn't exist in the context of the World Heritage Site policy.
Yes. just going back to the advice, 3.12, you see a reference to the Insulation Environment Scotland policy statement, emphasising that siting is more than simply the immediate surroundings of a site. It can also relate to how the site would intended put into the landscape, views from it, and how the site is seen from the surrounding area. SOUV set out in the Heart of Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site Management Plan, as submitted to the World Heritage Committee for approval in 2008, states that the relationship between the World Heritage Site and the wider physical landscape is critical, understanding the monuments and the intentions of their builders, and hence form part of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site.
From a layperson's point of view, from a planner's point of view, I can't and things. I would just note that obviously that management plan has now been superseded by with the 2014 to 2019 one, which is in place, and then the draft emerging one, which is 2025 to 2029. But sorry, to 2035. So the management, all I'm doing is noting the management plan position has moved on, as has SPP.
And we find the map of the sensitive ridge lines on page 18
18, I think, yes.
of the recent.
Indeed.
Again, we see that line drawn between blocks of Swanee and Hundland towards the north.
Indeed.
University. The management plan, what's the role of the management plan 2014 to 19, document 1410, in the context of consideration of this proposal?
I think it's a material consideration. As a planner, it's one that I can look at to understand how the issues associated with the World Heritage Site, how it might be managed and things. It's not part of the development plan, but it is useful in understanding of the context of the development plan policies. I don't think it's a policy document as such. This is from a planning point of view that I need to necessarily assess against. I have to be aware of it.
And you're aware that insofar as UNESCO are concerned, but we don't need to go back to the World Heritage Site management change guidance as well, but that management plan is a key pillar in the protection and management of World Heritage Sites.
I'm not familiar with the value to which UNESCO contributes to the management plan. I know it's referred in various documents, and I understand that they feel that it is important. Whether or not they see it as a key pillar, I'm not familiar with. Right. I know that it is important. I mean, I'm happy to accept that they do if there's a reference to it. I'm not familiar with it. Right.
Too much nothing to do with this.
Okay.
You then could rush up your documents to one side if you'd like to take it up.
Yeah.
And take your visa to your report.
It's misleading you. If you keep the statement of outstanding initial value, honestly, and then I'll take you to your report.
So these statements of X.
Which include this
document.
The SOU is 14. It's been too long, and this is mainly for Mr. Markfield. But I took you earlier to the operational guidelines
Indeed,
of
yeah.
UNESCO, and we saw the reference to this on your reading document in
Yes.
terms of this information of proposals,
Mhm.
effectively the detection of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. Now, this is a key reference document. If I can take you to page 2 of the first full paragraph.
Monuments.
Yes.
Grandstones, peninsulas.
So again, I assume that you're familiar with this document, having reviewed it from
Indeed.
policy perspective.
Indeed.
And we see that what the SOUV says is the monuments on the Broadgar and Stemness peninsulars were deliberately situated within a vast topographic bowl formed by a series of visually unconnected ridge lines stretching from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back.
Indeed.
And reads on, they thus form a fundamental part of a wider, highly complex archaeological landscape.
Indeed. And my understanding of that, thinking about the interconnected ridgeline stretching from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back, is that the site of this development is beyond Greeny Hill. So as I read that, it's from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back to Hoy.
I had wondered if that's how you interpreted it, but that doesn't really make sense, does it? When we're looking at a topograph, all is round.
Bowl is round. To my mind, though, it means you are looking from east to west and back to east. You are looking in the 360. Now, I'm not a landscape architect, I'm not a cultural heritage expert, but my reading of that is that the bowl extends from Hoy to Greeny Hillock and back to Hoy, not beyond or further than Greeny Hill.
Intuitive if need be, but the sensitive ridge lines, as identified in the advice, Council's advice note, shows us the topographical bowl, does it not?
The council talk about the sensitive ridge lines, and that is what the policy refers to. This is a description of the bowl being formed by a series of visually interconnected ridge lines. And in my mind, they're slightly different. The council have identified their sensitive ridge lines, and if we look at the figure in the planning advice document, in my mind, and having sort of stood in various in areas around it and whatever, there are ridge lines that are sort of geographically, physically further out than others, further north, further west, further east, whatever it is. But when you look at them as a whole, you're looking at they sort of, some of them fill in the gaps and things. But to my mind, that bowl they're talking about is looking from Greeny Hill, sorry, to Hoy and back. That is how I have interpreted that. Because I think if I'm standing at Broadgar or Stennis and I'm looking round the bowl and I'm looking at one extent, sort of one of its furthest extents to Greeny Hill and one at Hoy. And as I say, I'm not a technical expert, but that is how I, as a planner, as a layperson, read them.
Furthest extent of the bowl to the north would be the location of this development, if you properly understand what the topographical bowl is.
You would see this development from Brodgar and Stennis, and I don't think anybody is saying that you wouldn't. It'll be at some distance, would be 13, 14 kilometres away. So you would see it in the context of it. But when I read this, it was talking about visually interconnected ridge lines stretching from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back, going round in a 360. That is how I read it.
So I did keep my feeling here, but Hoy to Greeny Hill and how is that the bowl?
Because if you're standing at Brodgar and you look towards Greeny Hill and you go round, you go past Hoy and back to Greeny Hill. If you turn in 360, if you're standing at the monument in the centre of the bowl, if you like, or one of the monuments in the centre of the bowl, then that's how I read it. That's how I understood it.
Now, we've not looked at 15.44. Do you mind, please, turning to that? Taking you to here is the superseded supplementary planning zone.
Sorry, I'll go from the large document. Sorry, 1544. Did you say? This is superseded.
Yes. Taking you to this because you see if this is agreed. This was the guidance which was in place when the World Heritage Committee was considering the proposal regarding the minor boundary modification.
Yes, but from a planning point of view, this document, my mind, has no status.
It's superseded.
It's superseded.
Yes.
It's gone.
It's, if you may say, it's part of the biography of the site, but that's just its story in terms of where we are now.
I don't believe it is, from thinking about what I understand the reporter to be interested in, which is how does she undertake an assessment of the application in order to advise or provide her recommendations to the Scottish ministers. I don't think this document has standing at all.
I don't take issue with that at all. Really, it's a simple point. I wanted to take you to PDF page 13. If you will bear with me on.
No, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to be clear on my view of the value of the document.
PDF page 13. Yeah, it's on copy page 12. What we see is familiar map now.
Indeed.
Of sensitive ridge lines. So I've to put it to you when the World Heritage, when the State Party, when ICMOS, when the World Heritage Committee were considering the lunar boundary modification, indeed, when they were considering the publication of the Statement of Outstanding Universal Value retrospectively that we've just been discussing, they will have had this document in front of them and they were considering what was meant by
You may have had it in front of them, and I think one of the documents you took me to earlier refers to the supplementary guidance in particular. I think you described it as their assessment document 14008, the advisory body evaluation, and they refer to the 2011 document specifically there. But what they say is interconnected ridge lines. They don't talk. They're not specifically referring to the sensitive ridgelines. I would have thought if they were referring to the sensitive ridgelines, they would have referred to the sensitive ridgelines rather than referring to a set of interconnected ridgelines from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back.
Is that not the point? What we see in the SOUV is UNESCO's position that the monuments on the Brodgar and Stemness peninsulas were deliberately situated within a vast topographic bowl formed by a series of visually interconnected ridgelines. What we're looking at in this 2010 guidance, which has been copied into future guidance, is this topographic bowl formed by a series of visually interconnected ridgelines. Only if we were not talking about a vast topographic bowl and separately visually interconnected ridgelines could we possibly be talking about going from Hoy to Greeny Hill.
But if they had meant beyond Greeny Hill, surely they would have said beyond or behind. I mean, I don't know who wrote it. I can't, but that is my genuine reading of that statement. As you, I think, have picked up from my inquiry report, that is how I have understood it.
So can I just check the page you were asking about on 1544?
It was
Was it the map?
It was just
In the map.
Just so that's it. Electronic page 19.
13.
13. I got it.
I was
Yeah. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly to your report.
And 4.38.
Okay.
One thing is issue between the parties, but just to check, you refer 4.38 to the case of Fagan Wind Farm. It's one of the earlier ones in the sequence of cases
Indeed.
parties are referred to. And you say it's clear, it's definitely a matter of agreement, it's clear that a number of pre-NPF4 decisions, it is clear from a number of pre-NPF4 decisions that what constitutes integrity of setting has been a subject of debate, previous inquiries. You go on to say it's clear from these decisions that there is a focus. It relates to the ability to understand and appreciate the relevant asset. In the case of Craig, and the court has concluded and ministers agreed that the integrity of setting should be adequately retained rather than completely retained. You then go on to talk about Sheardrim and Lethen that you've already referenced, and you refer to the statement of agreed matters. I just want to check that you're not making a case on behalf of the applicant by referring to Craig that somehow the test in terms of integrity relates only to understanding and appreciation, and that isn't also the requirement to consider the experience.
You're correct. No, it is. I mean, yes.
And also, it seems
Yes.
clear, but I just didn't want.
Yes. No, it is. It's all three elements.
And parties, and there's no different weight to be attached. Those understanding, appreciation, and experience all sit together.
I think it's part of a melting pot, but I would defer to Mr. Lovekin in his consideration that should a weight does will attract greater weight. But in my mind, you have to consider them all.
Cases agreed that as we see in the statement of agreed matters, that the definition of integrity does rely upon whether these factors are adequately retained. We're not considering.
Indeed, and I think the SOAM talks about integrity in the context of the World Heritage Site, and I think a similar definition would apply in the context of the scheduled monuments, albeit I don't think that's specifically stated though.
Sure. Planning framework number 4, a different point related to your report.
Yes.
I put away the advice.
Yes, please. Yes, of course. You note in your report 4.7, I just want to understand your position here more fully. You say one of NPF4 provides a national spatial strategy for Scotland. This is not directly relevant to cultural heritage, therefore is not considered further. Now, I just wanted to check if that does remain your position, whether it's appropriate not to consider, in effect, part 1 further. Tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth, having read Dr. McLeod-Rivett's.
I see what Dr. McLeod-Rivet says and things. I think I probably could have worded this better. I think in what I'm thinking about here is in the terms of the tests that are to be applied in considering the development. One goes to the policies, but of course NPF4 needs to be read in the round, and the reporter has been very clear that she in her report will be considering NPF4, the development plan, etc. in the round. So it was really thinking about the focus of this inquiry and the reporter's request to focus on NPF4 policy that is my logic in that, but I don't dispute what Dr. McLeod-Rivet says about the references to the World Heritage Site in the context of North East, things like that, and the importance of World Heritage Site.
14, 1.15 of your report and the reference to mitigation.
Sorry, 1.15.
1.1.
Yeah.
Obviously, this isn't under mitigation, this is under proposed development. 1.15, you know, post development is anticipated to have an operational life of 40 years, after which it will be decommissioned and the turbines dismantled and removed. Can I check whether it's part of the applicant's case that the fact that if consent is granted, it will be 40 years, after which the turbines would be decommissioned and removed, whether that is a factor relevant to assessing impacts on integrity of setting of Schedule 1 units in the World Heritage Site?
No, I believe that the temporary, in inverted commas, nature of a wind farm isn't something that, and I'll let him correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Larkin has taken into account in his assessment of the impact on the historic assets. He has assumed that they're there, but the reality is that they will be decommissioned after 40 years, unless there's a situation whereby an application is made for an extension to the lifetime of the development, or an application for the redevelopment of the site, and they of course would be considered on their own merits at the relevant time.
Reversibility has not been taken into account.
That's my understanding.
And I would ask for your view, would accord with what's noted in policy 11F for NPF4, that areas identified for wind farms are expected to be suitable for use in perpetuity?
Yes.
4.15 of your report.
It's
Policy 11E, which you referred to in chief, requires that a proposed development through its design and mitigation demonstrates how a number of impacts are addressed by
development. Reference at 4.19, the impacts of the proposed developments being described in chapter 9 of the EIAR. It's in 419, assessment of moderate significant effects on the settings, 5 scheduled monuments, and you list them. No reference to World Heritage Site here. Is that intentional?
It's probably, I probably should have included a reference in there, thinking about it.
Move on to the environmental impact assessment report. So I'll just only briefly, that's 1.11. Yes, it is. Specifically, language of 13.6.
What's the page number?
It's page 9-58. So it's page 58 of. Apologies to jump right in your report at 4.16. It's in chapter 2 of the EIA report that the potential to impact on cultural heritage constraints was part of the design approach of the proposed development. Presence of cultural heritage features was a key constraint considered during the design process. It's clear from the layout evolution described in chapter 2 of the EIA report that the design evolution has been influenced by cultural heritage features. Layout 3 and 4 described as reducing the impact on cultural heritage features. Are you aware that it's historic environments, Scotland's position that the design evolution has not mitigated adverse effects, which they say, in disagreement, they say remain on the future monuments in the World Heritage Site?
Yes, I am aware of mention. I think there are a few things to remember as part of this. The World Heritage Site and the scheduled monuments are listed as being a key consideration in the EIA chapter 2, in chapter 3, and also in the design and access statement that goes with the application as well. The 4 layouts that are included in the design evolution are snapshots. They will not have been the only design considerations that were undertaken. As you're aware, I wasn't part of the team at that point. I wasn't part of those discussions, but my understanding is that the design evolved and the technical experts, including the cultural heritage technical experts, fed into and commented on those designs. But from my experience as an EIA practitioner, some wind farms will go through tens of iterations. You get to number 30, number 40, in some cases number 50, and they're not all presented in the EIA. What the EIA coordinator lead does is pick the key ones, and typically you have a scope of one. You have one that was the subject of consultation, you have one that was the subject of a design chill, and one that was the subject of a design freeze. So I think in thinking about the mitigation, those 3 or 4 layouts provide snapshots, but they are not the whole picture. I think to provide the whole picture, you'd have a much more extensive document and things, but I would leave it to Mr. Lovekin to talk about the consultation that was held with Historic Environment Scotland as the development evolved, both pre and post submission, and the way in which he fed in cultural heritage as a whole to that, and that would have included scheduled monuments, the World Heritage Site, or whatever else.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank
Thank you. I have a few questions, less than I started with.
Oh,
Yeah, we have that, some of them.
Some of them.
Yeah. So I think we'll take those, and then we will do your re-examination, and then we'll stop for lunch. That seems a good time to.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. My first question picks up on some of the evidence you give in relation to the Orkney Local Development Plan, mainly in your evidence in chief. So it may be helpful if we have those policies, policy 7 and policy 8 of the Local Development Plan in front of you. As we had mentioned earlier, and the benefit of others, Section 25 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 requires me to have regard to the development plan in my assessment, which in this case comprises MPF 4 and the Orkney Local Development Plan and its supplementary guidance. Right, in paragraph 4.4 on page 19 of your inquiry report, you state that you adopt the position of the applicant's planning statement on the assessment against the LDP policies. I think it's planning statements document 007-003 is the first one. There were 2 planning statement documents, one before NPF 4 and one after. And you don't necessarily need to go to that, but on page 12 it says the proposed development is therefore considered to be in accordance with policy 7 and policy 8B of the LDP. However, I couldn't find a detailed assessment against the various relevant policy criteria, which I think is something that I'll need to work through. So I just wanted to ask your views in terms of whether or not how the applicants' representatives have reached the decision that they consider it to be in accordance with policy 7 and policy 8B. So if we take policy 7 first, and it's just if you could explain the applicant's position in relation to the criteria in policy 7D in terms of impact on the historic environment.
So the planning statement that was submitted with the application doesn't go into as much detail as I have obviously gone into in the context of this inquiry, and that is accepted. But in terms of the assessment that would have been undertaken in the in context of the historic environment, it's clear that the planner who has undertaken that review has had license to the policy. Those policies are set out in the appendix and things. And I suppose what has happened in the planning statement is that rather than go through every individual element of every individual policy, they've been taken in the round. And things. I would have expected the author of that planning statement, who is Mr. David Bell, would have been part of the team developing the project and that kind of thing. He would have had cognizance of the discussions and things that had gone on throughout the EIA process. I would have expected him to have read the EIA report when it was produced and to base his on that. So in terms of cultural heritage and the planning statement, I think you go to the cultural heritage chapter 9, I believe it is, of the EIA, and that's 001.011. And then the opportunity was taken to update the planning statement when MPF 4 came out. And again, the approach has been to provide a holistic commentary in respect of the policy rather than to go into every detail of all the different then new policies. But you also have to take into account the findings that have come out through the SEI process as well, and there are a number of them. So I think it's starting with the EIAR and then working your way through the various supplementary information that was submitted, I think.
Okay, so just, and you can defer this answer to Mr. Lufkin if you want, but just looking at the clause 1 of policy 7D says proposals for wind energy developments will be assessed against following factors, one of which is historic environment, to ensure that there will be no significant adverse individual or cumulative impacts. Just clarify what the applicant's position is in relation to that.
The applicant's position in respect to that, I think, is if you look at my inquiry report, there is a table which deals with the scheduled monuments, which is not the complete picture in terms of the historic environment, because obviously there's the World Heritage Site and there are the sort of potential for undesignated assets and things like that. So that is where the scheduled monument piece would be, the sort of up-to-date scheduled monument piece would be. And then in the context of the applicant's position in terms of effects on the World Heritage Site, I think that's largely down to Mr. Lufkin's evidence.
And so just on a follow-up, in part 3, it says applicants should take account of the spatial strategy framework. So if I understood your response earlier was that you say that spatial no longer applies.
My understanding is that is no longer relevant. MPF 4 removed that, and the ministers took the decision that spatial frameworks were being removed
from existing LDPs
or
or in
existing
future?
LD sort of.
I'm going to return to policy 8. It would be helpful to me if you could just talk me through the applicant's position in relation to B1. I think the second paragraph, I think there's no disagreement that it's not within the inner sense zone. Just there's various clauses in that, and we discussed where they unless, but I would just be interested to know at what points the applicant is in reaching the view that it accords with that policy. Is it that it meets all clauses, or that it relies on the unless?
Yes. Okay. So yes, as you say, we're not in the inner sensitive zone, and therefore don't believe that is an issue. My reading of this policy is that development will not be permitted where it breaks the skyline. I think this development does break the skyline. If you stand at the Ring of Brodgar, you will see it on the skyline. And it's clearly sitting on that what's been described as the sensitive ridgeline and things. So yes, we rely on the unless it is demonstrated that development will not have a significant negative impact on either the OUV or the setting of the World Heritage Site, and the evidence is that it will not.
Okay, that's helpful. That's just what I was missing from the planning statement to understand the position. And a second question follows on from Mr. Milne in terms of design evolution. And again, it might be that you want to defer this one to Mr. Lovkin. Again, in terms of paragraph 4.16 of your inquiry report on page 20, the design evolution have been influenced by cultural heritage features. Because what I'm trying to understand is how it had been influenced by cultural heritage features, and how layouts 3 and 4 reduce the impact on cultural heritage features. And I only picked that up because you referred to that in your inquiry report. So I say, if you think that it's better.
I wasn't in the room at the time, so I think it is better answered by Mr. Lovkin.
Okay. A note to say, well, that might be the case, but because of the wording in the inquiry report, I thought I would ask first. That's fine. You can be ready for that one. Under your material considerations in your inquiry report, you refer to the heritage site management plans on page 34 your inquiry report. Mr. Milne asked you some questions about that as well. But what I'm trying to understand is, I understand your answer was that the site management plan is material consideration. Wondered whether there's any difference in weight that I should give to the new draft management plan versus the 2014-2019. Both have been referred to, and I was just trying to understand which one is most relevant in your view.
The planner in me says that the current one, which is the one that has sort of gone on beyond 2019, so the 2014 to 2019, because the 2025 to 2035 version is a draft plan. My understanding is that it has been consulted on, and as such it could change. But there is the dated nature, I guess, the slightly earlier one doesn't help. It doesn't help particularly, but I would. The planner in me says the earlier one is the current one, and the other one is evolving, and the weight to be attached to the latter one is less than the adopted one, if that's the right word for it.
I'll ask Ms. Certain Government Scotland the same questions. There'll be an opportunity to give you that. That's helpful for your views on it. In terms of paragraph 5.64 was inquiry. This is 5.6. You've got a list of the points.
Sorry, I see.
Sorry, that was
sorry.
5.6. So this is in relation to certain environment policies for Scotland. And you state in bullet point 4 that the proposed development would facilitate greater understanding of the Nistil burial mound. Are you able to explain what you mean by that statement?
So Mr. Lovkin can talk to this, but there is a proposal to include information finding to understand better what that burial mound is, for want of a better description and things. I think there is a degree of uncertainty over it and things, and this development, as I understand it, offers the opportunity to greater explore and therefore understand what the purpose, the function, what it actually is. And that's my understanding, but I'm sure Mr. Lovkin can provide more information on that with me.
Okay, that's fine. It's just when I was reading through your inquiry report, I was like, just unclear as to what
No.
we're referring to, so that's helpful. Yeah, questions, so paragraph 5.8 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
Refer to the managing change documents, and you say it must be remembered these documents were prepared in the context of Scottish planning policy, not NPF4. And this is relevant as there's been a clear change in the weight to be attached to the climate change emergency. Just wondered if you could explain what you mean by this, and I suppose taking back to what was discussed with Mr. Mill in terms of NPF4 policy 7A, where there's the direction to take account of these documents in that policy. So yeah, so
Yes.
that was just to understand that change of context because of this.
So SPP is dated 2014, and the managing change documents came forward while it was in place. If we look at NPF4, it's clear that policy 1 and policy 2 relate to climate change and the twin challenges of the climate and nature crises. That's something that wasn't part of SPP, and the decisions, there are a number of decisions that have considered the change between SPP and NPF4. The sort of ones where it's really clear aren't lodged as documents, but I believe in the context of the Sheardrim supplementary report, the reporter there acknowledges the change between SPP and NPF4 in terms of the weight to be attached to the climate emergency. I'm not suggesting that the managing change documents ignore the climate emergency, and if you look at the parts of the historic environment Scotland policy that I referred to, it talks about making decisions in the wider context and good decision being made to take account of external factors as well. But I think when considering the managing change documents, we just have to have in mind that they're prepared in a slightly different planning context. And that step change which has happened in terms of planning policy and the weight that gets attached to the climate emergency in the context of some developments is worth remembering.
Okay, thanks for the explanation of that. Last question from me, and it's in relation to paragraph 6.2 in your inquiry report. That NPF4, I think as the later document, the policy provided in NPF4 should be preferred over the policy in local development plan. Can you explain what you mean by this and reference to any relevant legislation applicable?
Yes. So in earlier in my inquiry, just find the records. At 4.2, I talk about section 24(3) of the 1997 Act ended. And what I mean there, and it's perhaps slightly sloppily worded, is that in the event that there's any compatibility between NPF4 and the policy of NPF4 should be preferred.
Well, it's only if there's in the event of
there's incompatibility, yes. Yeah.
So, that. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Thank you for answering those. Finally, back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, just anyway, one specific question from the reporter about with respect to policy 7D1D cumulative assessment. You refer generally to the EIAR report is TD 1.11. So I'm going to have the cumulative assessment just dealt with in chapter 9.12. Obviously the updated cultural heritage chapters that take it forward. That's the detailed assessment of cumulative and cumulative position changed. Do you think with that, we'll go back to the start of your cross-examination. We were asked a series of detailed questions about the documents which likely may have had in mind in carrying out his assessments and ratings. If we could again go to the chapter 9 on CD1, paragraph 9.3.
Sorry, Joseph. List of legislation policy.
Yes, and it's planning policy in that. Obviously, the first two documents have been overtaken by MPF4, and that's dealt with in later chapters. There's then HEPS, which I don't think was in Mr. Mill's list of documents, but we can see it there. Then there's the managing change in historic environment at the bottom of the page, which is 12.9, which was in his list. And over the page, managing change in World Heritage context, 12, which was on his list, and then the adopted local development plan 49 and 12.2. So that. Then, if you go on to the next page, there's a heading under 9.3.10, which is guidance, and you'll see reference to various of the supplementary planning guidance notes, which I think included on point 4, which was one of the ones on Mr. Mill's list. And just unless there's any doubt as to the documents Mr. Lovekin had regard to when carrying out his assessment going forward, if you go to the back of that chapter, so it's 9.14, it's internal page 962. I don't know the electronic page.
List of references, which I think starts on page 64.
So if you look at page 64 electronically, towards the bottom of that page, so I think one of the documents was the scheduling document for one of the I don't know which one it was, but one can see the scheduling document certainly for Hundland Hill and this house, and the site management plan for the park and everything on the side. And then I'm not going to go through them all on the following pages. There are documents being relevant references. And then just to pick up, I think the final document I haven't dealt with at the top of what would be electronic page 67, which is internal page 965.
Right, Mr. Finlay, are you asking
Yes.
Cedric or views on this, or are you giving me a list of documents?
Well, a bit of both, it has to be said, but I'm just thinking, Mr. Mill put a list of documents and saying, did Mr. Love can take them into account, or were they taken into account? I've seeking through re-examination to show where they were taken.
Okay, if you could direct it as a question rather than
So
giving
at the
evidence,
top,
that
I
would
think
be
the only document that I haven't covered is at the top of 965. Do you find the operational guidelines? So that's electronic page 67.
You do, along with the episode, actually, including all the ones.
Then, without going into it in detail, I think we have Hess's response in CD 9.2, or response says, do you recollect, I'm not going to ask you to go through it in detail, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong in due course. Do you recollect any particular complaint in that document? There's obviously significant difference of opinion, but any significant complaint in that document that the EIAR had omitted reference to relevant guidance, planning policy, or guidance, or UNESCO documents?
I don't believe so.
We're taken to document 14.7. Let's get that out. Operation to electronic page 12.
It was paragraph 1 and 2, I think.
Right, electronic page 35.
Yes.
That paragraph refers to concepts of wider setting.
Yes.
Do you have any trouble as a planner contemplating setting being differentiated between wider setting and no doubt closer setting? But I think the three levels of setting.
No.
You were asked questions about policy 8. I just want to take you to Dr. McLeod's mission, which is 15110. Is on the unless point. And this is her vice commissioner.
Paragraph 30, sorry.
I'm giving it to you.
All right.
Paragraph 32. You'll see in paragraph 32, she paraphrases policy 8B.
Indeed.
And do you agree with her paraphrases on Brexit, but leaving out the with that bridge to it? Ask questions again by reference to 14.9, which is the statement of standard regional person value on page 2 of 5. This is the interconnected ridge lines stretching from Hoyt, Green Hill and back. Now, I think what you were being asked in the context of appreciation of landscape, how you appreciate landscape. And you said how you read that. But have you stood in the ring of folklore of the Staines with Dennis?
I've stood in the middle of both.
And what's your appreciation of it? What does your appreciation of the topographical bowl conform with your reading of this passage which you've given us to, or is it different?
I think it conforms with it. Those, I mean, both Hoy and Green Hill are quite some distance, and things, and standing there and looking at it, you in the distance, there is a circle of ridge lines, north, south, east, and west.
Now, in order to try and find those ridgelines, 15, I think you were taking to 1544, which was the document I had trouble with, electronic page 13.
So 1544,
which is the 2010 supplementary guidance.
indeed, yeah.
It's the same map that as what has instructed us all now appears on the adopted plan. As you were taken to this document, probably helped take you to
Yeah. So that's fine.
any plan. So just centering yourself on the ring of Brodgar, you'll see there's a sensitive ridge line immediately to the northeast of it.
Indeed.
Does that tell you anything about the extent of the topographical bowl?
No, I don't think it does. It's quite close in.
You'll see a ridge line to the west of
Can I
that.
just clarify what, is it the one close in?
It's
northwest.
if you're there's a red dot, which is
Yeah.
the ring of Brodgar, and then there is a ridge line at about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Just sort of
So that'd be northwest,
North.
not northeast.
Sorry, yes, that's mine.
That's it.
Northwest.
Thank you. I get you if I go northwest.
And if you go further northeast, at a less acute angle, there's another small ridge line.
yes.
Does that mark, in your understanding, tell you anything about where the topographical bowl is?
No.
And likewise, there's a small element of ridge line to the south of. I'm not sure what the southernmost loch is. Loch Harry.
On the edge of the loch at about 7 o'clock, as it were.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of my clock. Yes, that doesn't particularly either. You've got all lines beyond.
And then in looking at that, taking those as examples, but looking at the map as a whole, do the sensitive ridge lines necessarily coincide with the topographical bowl?
No, they don't, because when you stand in the ring of Brodgar, which is arguably the centre of the bowl, there are closer in ridge lines, but it's that sort of it's the circle that, in my mind, extends between Hoy and Green Hill.
And then so those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we're at 1 o'clock. The next witness will be Mr. Lovkin. Good time to stop. Let's recommence at 2:15. That allows you time to go and get something to eat. If we find that that's plenty of time, we can perhaps have a shorter lunch break tomorrow. But it's happy to call back. So it's 2:15. Okay.
You can't see them. Yeah, imagine that's who you're talking to. Now, there's been a lot this morning about policy and guidance, and we'll wait to see whether there's anything really between the parties on the applicable policy and guidance. The questions I want to ask you about are about assessment. And there's clearly a considerable difference of assessment between you and Historic Environment Scotland. And I'm going to take a passage from each of the Mr. Durnan's evidence on each of the ancient monuments in turn to try and assist the reporter with the nub of the differences between you, although they are broad ranging. So I'm going to take them in the order of his report, though I should warn him in advance that when I come to Sussex Journal, I think I will start with my heritage and then move to the closer ancient monuments. So paragraph 57 of his report, which is on page 15, so it's 1575. It's in this paragraph that he, and the equivalent paragraphs we'll come to, that he identifies his three key factors, maybe more, there's no magic in the number three, I don't think, that relate to the setting and against that which he makes his assessment. So, first of all, taking them in order, uninterrupted panoramic views in all directions. Are you happy with that as a key factor?
Yes.
Again, keep your voice up.
Can I just clarify, this is in relation to Hundland Hill and
Hundland
closure?
Hill, my apologies. Yes, yeah. Sorry, I should have set that context. This is Hundland Hill. That's what paragraph 57 is dealing with. So you're happy with the first one. Views to the west and southwest.
Yes.
Are you happy with that as a key factor? He's looking at views to the southwest, and then you come to reciprocal views from lower lying land into the west and southwest.
I think there's some concerns about.
Okay. Why do you have concerns with it?
I mean, the enclosure as it is now, you really see when you get very close to it on the top. It's very special.
Speaking about louder, please. If you can.
Are there any microphones?
No, it's not the mic. No, there isn't a microphone.
The enclosure as it is now, it's a very, very slight earthwork. You really can identify when you get to the hilltop itself. And there's no real evidence that there's ever really substantial earthwork. The interpretation that seems to be scheduled under it as a peak presumption. Those themselves were often fairly slight. They're not huge earthworks in the same way that an Iron Age hill fall. In its current condition, when you're in the valley floor, you do not have any awareness that it's there. And in terms of its setting, when you were on the hilltop, you're very much aware that you're on the hilltop. You have clear visibility and clear views that you're on that hilltop. And therefore, I think that is probably the key attribute of setting, rather than views looking up at the hill, which is a topographical landfall. I think what I would put out as a key aspect of the setting that Mr. Durnan doesn't is the views to the south towards the hills of Hoy, which are a very, very conspicuous landmark. As I've done locally, you can see them from a lot of Bronze Age funerary and ceremony. So I would identify that as a key factor. And I would note that in Richardson Covenant on Stone Circles, which is 1508.7,
I asked the question on the stone circles. Are their views to a particularly important isolate feature? For example, is there a distant peak or significant hill that may be visible from the site? Now, although they're writing about stone circles, I think that can actually be applied to other forms of Neolithic or Bronze Age ceremonial and funerary monuments. So I think we can apply it to cans, apply that to funerary enclosures. And at the same time later on, I also consider the Hills of Hoyle to be key factors in the settings of the Misthouse burial mound, the stones of Skegness and the Ring of Broadgate, as well as, of course, the Hundland Hill itself.
I think we're looking at it earlier, and we may look at it later, but I can lead you on this. The Hills of Hoyle were originally within the outer buffer zone of the World Heritage Site, as it was initially described. They're no longer within the buffer zone. There were two buffer zones. Complete that up. What does that tell you about the importance of Hills of Hoyle, if anything?
The pictures some very second books. Mark Edmonds picked it in his. So I'm afraid.
That's all right. We're just looking at there's a lot of detail, and no doubt will be taken to a lot of detail in due course.
Chamber, passageway for the chamber at Mace Howe, which is the huge funeral house, is aligned so that the sunset work comes up between the two hills. So there's a clear alignment with that. So it's quite clear. See what we want.
You deal with just for the reporters note one. Let's see now if you want. In your analysis, you deal with setting in terms of immediate setting and wider setting. And for the setting of Hundland Hill, the immediate setting you deal with in paragraph 9.9.11 of Dr. English chapter. I'm not going to ask you to turn to that. My question is directed at your analysis, which you touched on in your report of splitting setting into wider and immediate or immediate context. And you've been criticised for that by Historic Environment Scotland. Now, this morning, Mr. Milne took Sidrick to a passage in the operational guidelines, which is PD 14.7, electronic page 35, paragraph 112. We can see that in the 6th line has reference to the word wider setting. And if you were to go back one page earlier to paragraph 104, on the 5th line, there's a reference to immediate setting. Indeed, I think elsewhere in either this document or others, there's reference to David Tildesley report on different levels of setting. Is there the differentiation in that document between immediate and wider setting for purposes of analysis any different from the one you've adopted as far as you understand it? Not really. Grateful. If we move from Hundland Hill to the Nist Hill burial, and I think the equivalent paragraph we look for there is paragraph 107 in which is just before I get there, I've skipped an important thing for you, which will again cover more. You've looked at setting, and so to come back to Hundland, we're going to ask you under a general question, why don't you consider the proposed development will have a significant impact on the integrity of its sitting, given where it is? But I want to ask you, that's the heading. I want to ask that in three ways. In terms of the test to be applied, there's agreement as to the test. It's in the Statement of Agreed Matters, which is CD 13. But that test was the one employed in Rig Hill Wind Farm, which is document 1554, as I understand it. And if you turn to page 13 of 29, electronic page 13 of 29, paragraph 69, you will see that test set out. Yeah. Now, to assist the reporter with some feel, I think the two witnesses who appeared dealing with the merits in that case were Dr. MacLeod Rivet and a Dr. Carter. Dr. MacLeod Rivet, I think just in terms of timing, my understanding is that they both put in their evidence and then arrived at the agreed test, but they expressed themselves somewhat differently. In paragraph 72, the reporter refers to Dr. MacLeod Rivet's inquiry, talking about a real diminution of the ability to understand. And his comment is, I take this to be further narrative rather than to be in the setting of an alternative test. And then I'm going to refer you to paragraph 73, where Dr. Carter refers to the concept of the integrity of setting will be affected where the contribution that setting makes to the cultural significance of the monument is diminished to a considerable degree. And the report says he's happy to accept that is substantially the same as the agreed wording as Dr. Carter had applied it. Do either of those or both of those, in your mind, assist in providing some further explanation to the agreed test in the Statement of Agreed Matters?
Yes, they do. They agree that the degree of diminishment is.
So just again, say that a little bit more loudly.
Sorry, I'm even struggling to pick up what you're saying. So
There's a degree of diminishment that proposal represents would need to be considered.
Need to be considered. I don't think it's a dispute between the parties. In fact, I know it's not, that you can have a significant impact on the setting without there being a significant impact on the integrity of the setting. The second point I want to raise under this general heading is, and you've referred to it in part of the way, is the condition of the monument at all relevant to assessment of impact on the integrity of the setting in your view?
Yes, because the integrity of the monument. If the monument to be diminished to the extent that it's being complete, it's no longer visible on it. Being diminished to the extent that it's to identify, then that will impact upon it. If it's open to enclosure, can only now be viewed. If you know from distance, it can be only discerned when viewed on the ground from close quarters. Let's accept that its original form of the enclosure is likely to be more visible. Without detailed archaeological investigations, the original height and form of the enclosure cannot be discerned. This means that unless the observer has researched the site in advance or sufficient archaeological skills to identify the severely denuded earthwork to the asset, they'll be unaware that they're appreciating and experiencing the setting of an architectural monument.
Right, you just slow down a wee bit as well. So wait a minute, I'm trying to take notes and it's just a wee bit fast for me.
In order to appreciate and experience setting of a scheduled monument, we need to understand appreciate and experience standing on the schedule monitors. Because all other questions was to you about how that system is derived comes from the fact that you'll know that you're standing on which was that.
Then let's look at the understanding, appreciation, experience of this asset and whether it will be retained. It can in order to do that, can we have a look at the photo montages in CD 1102, which is cultural heritage viewpoint 5, or figure 5, and in a series of figures which all helpfully are called figure 914, but don't have any letters after it. So we can identify the first figure because it shows us where we are with standing on the photographer standing on the top of Pumpkin Hill. And some lines are drawn with angles of view, and in terms of views to the west and the southwest, is there anything that you can take from that?
Post development will not appear in views in the arc that goes from the southeast to the east northwest. It also won't appear in views that go from the east north, so west northwest to the northeast.
And then what? Figure 914 has a significant number of photo montages and then baseline photographs and wireline drawings. Are there any particular ones that you would wish to draw the reporter's attention to, or are you asking us to look at
This
them?
may not be helpful for those of you with paper copies, but if you've got electronic copies, then electronic page 3 the which one page 3 was in electronic page 5.
So electronic page 3, in the bottom half, you can see the Costa Hill turbines.
With percentage,
And then just so that we're looking at an electronic page 5, I think the only turbine that is potentially visible is the holiday turbine.
yeah, just a tip of it.
Again, we're on the right pages, line on the right pages. So what would you, are those the ones you?
Yeah.
Potential.
So if you look at electronic page 3, what you're doing is you're looking at across the Locust Stormy towards the Costa Head. Find that which is far distance you can faintly make out a landform. That's Westray, and the bit you see that is on the far right hand side of the image, which looks like it's part of the mainland, actually isn't. That's the edge of Rousey. And obviously presented Costa Head turbines with view. We also had the first big connected wind turbine in the world, Sodolfo Head, 1950s. So that's actually when energy development started. Not relevant, isn't it?
Amazing. So
Can I just ask for clarity? So 3, that would go north
That's looking.
towards the northern coastline.
As the other as montage has shown, in other directions, the turbines, as is obvious, will be present and highly visible.
And also draw attention to election on page 5, which shows the viewing south. And as you can see, the long-term view that. In the background, you see two hills, one of which kind of looks like twin cuts on the right hand side, just goes vertical. Those are the hills of High. Can't see the Stellar's occupancy from here because it's under with Citrix. We were talking about Greeny Hill. My understanding is this low rounded hill in front, on the top of it, is Greeny Hill.
I'll wait for Mr. Mill to ask you whether this is back from Greeny Hill or behind Greeny Hill. Okay, so in terms of the reason for its placement, given you'll be too aware, perhaps, no doubt, of the turbines, to what extent will they impact on your ability to appreciate, experience, or understand placement at the top of a hill?
Still no good standing on top of a hill. And if it's windy, you'll still be standing on top of a windy hill. You're still going to understand that you're standing in a landscape. You're still going to be able to see the relationship with Australia and Aussie. And that you're part of a chain of islands, an archipelago. We're probably not going to talk much as you probably about what a wonderful place all is, but you're still going to be feeling that sense when you're up there. The key view to the southwest, to the southwest, will not be impacted. You'll still be able to see the hills of Hoy, and you understand this isn't interpreted from the extremely model. Still understand that relationship by base how it was.
Well, yes, moving away from this particular proposal, is it necessarily the case that just because you've got development immediately adjacent to a scheduled ancient monument, there will be a significant impact on the integrity of its setting? Let me then move on to the Nist House burial mound. And so alluded to earlier, the equivalent identification of factors by Mr. Dernan in paragraph 107 of his report. Wait till everyone gets there. That was so I'm going to, in terms of the 4 bullet points, in terms of the first bullet point, that's fairly consistent with the views that you've just been expressing right now.
Yes.
The second bullet point is reciprocal views from the low-lying ground to the southwest. Now, that was one you disagreed with before, respect of Hundland Hill. What do you think about that in respect to List Hill burial?
do. Still disagree with.
Still disagree with it being a key factor.
Yeah, and can't really see monument. Land around that. Probably farm buildings. Clearly, the most space you would be stored. I would note that in Mr. Donald's pre-ignition, which is 51/12/23, he states that this town's burial land, like most of them, but living barrows, would be difficult to discern distance.
So there may be limited disagreement between you and Mr. Donald as to what you can actually see from the low-lying ground to the southwest. Just again, so we have it clear, in your view, is that a key factor to the setting? Are the views from the low-lying ground to the southwest a key factor in relation to setting or not?
Yeah.
Then rural landscape context is his fourth key factor. Third key factor, my apologies. What do you say as to that as being a key factor?
Sorry.
Sorry.
It would still be evident within rural landscapes.
I was jumping ahead of stage. So is that a key factor?
Yes.
Happy with that. And the last one is panoramic views from the monument. Are you happy with that as a key factor or
It's not a 360 panorama, the same way it is from the MSD down the hillside. So views from this house are much more focused to the south, and you get the hill is behind you. We'll have a really clear view of the Hill of Forest from those positions. So it's a panoramic view within that view shed. I think, given that Mr. Bellman, his first point, views to the southwest, which are the views towards the Hills of Hoy, I think the fourth bullet point on panoramic views from the monument effectively duplicates the first one. Because the views in the other direction behind you, you're looking at the back of the hill.
So, and you can just have a look at the cultural heritage viewpoint for this, which is figure 4, and this CD 1.101. And from the one showing the ZTV, one can see in terms of if you were standing at that viewpoint looking south to southwest, you can anticipate what you would see. It's a 180 degree of all the landscape where you would see it. Now, it's clear from further figures, the 913, that you would be aware of turbines to you're looking southwest, right and left. I'm going to put the same question to you as for Hundland Hill. Why don't you consider there would be a significant impact on the integrity of the setting? Those two significant impact be setting.
The key views to the towards the Hills of Hoy, which are even more apparent when this casting on you and they're not impacted at all. Neither would the views to the west towards Kirkbus, the Hill of Inquriy, where broadly contemporary funerary lands lie. And to the two views, the views to the west towards the other mountain, Phobos Greener would lie, directed to the west, either with the critical view to the south, towards the as a whole. Yeah,
Sorry, I mean to cut you off. Unless you want to add anything to that, I was going to move on to the third and fourth scheduled monuments and take them together, which are the crannogs, which indeed Mr. Dernan has done. And if you go to the equivalent paragraph of his report, which is 144, he has three key factors in this case. Let's deal with the factors that are there first. Reciprocal views between each crannog in the western Loch shore. Is that a key factor?
the position closest to the Loch shore, and that's where the causeway one. As I say, it's a key factor in the setting. It's probably, yeah,
What in your view is the most obvious setting relationship?
the most obvious one is actually with the loch itself.
Is it just the western shore? Is it the whole one?
They've been placed within the loch. What's the process of the loch within? Panels are purposely placed within lochs to separate them from the surrounding lands. And this is what defines them and contributes significantly, very significantly, to both their cultural significance and the way in which the asset is understood, appreciated, and experienced. And the core fundamental setting relationship is with the loch.
So the second key point is reciprocal views between each crannog, which to a certain extent replicates the first part of the first one. It's between the crannogs themselves. Just concentrating on the reciprocal views between the crannogs themselves, is that an important key element?
Yes.
And then the reciprocal views between each crannog on the Banquin or Vincrin block. Again, what do you say about that as being a key factor? Are you happy to accept that as a key factor?
Yes.
Then, so you've got your area of disagreement as to key factors in terms of the wind turbines proposed being having a significant adverse effect on the integrity of the setting. Don't think they do. Perhaps you could explain briefly why not. I'm not asking you to go to a
Relationship. It's organically visible with including from what's on shore, used to the east towards the shore. Even from those views, you'll still be able to clearly appreciate and understand that the crannogs sit within the loch. That the key relationship is with the loch.
Yeah, that's all I want to ask you about those ancient monuments. Can we move on to the World Heritage Monuments? So, and firstly, the stones of Stenness. Mr. Dernan in his evidence, paragraph 191 is a good example. Places significant weight on the fact that the Henges Causeway entrance faces north, which indeed it does, and that view would have been strongly framed by the Henges enclosing bank on either side. Have you seen any evidence in any of the material that Historic Environment Scotland put forward that there is indeed or there was such an enclosing bank at this henge?
I've not seen any archaeological evidence. In a number of books, there's an assumption that because it was a henge, it must have had a bank. But I've not seen any clear, direct archaeological evidence for a bank. For example, Carlon Wickham Jones, 015069, page 14, makes a comment, notes a bank. And then on the following page, she suggests that the sheer size of the stones, stones, suggests that they may have originally stood in the open. So that if there is a reference to a bank, it's usually then qualified with a comment like that. But there's certainly no, not that I found, of archaeological evidence.
And have you seen any evidence which suggests that there isn't, or there wasn't, or there's no evidence or debris from a previous bank? Is there any evidence of debris from a bank that may have been there in long time? Just in terms of the Ring of Brodgar, I think it's again a henge. But is there any suggestion there was a bank around the Ring of Brodgar?
I think even, yes, I think it was of significant level. But
so just pausing there for a moment, if one's looking for an example of a henge without a bank, they don't have to go very far to the Ring of Brodgar. Turning back to the stones of Stoness, in terms of the key factors, if we go on to paragraph 200, do you agree or disagree that the view north from the henge is a key factor?
I do think it's a key factor.
Is there any particular hill, peak, or such like that would be apparent in the hills to the north? As to the vertical prominence of the standing stones, do you consider that is a key factor? And as to the relationship with surrounding ridgelines, is that a key factor? Susie. Sorry?
I think it forms as in accordance with the operational guidelines. I think it forms the horizon as a setting. I think I would consider it to be a key factor, but as a whole, rather than any specific one direction, apart from the obvious, which again is the hills of Hoy, which come to the south, which are very, very conspicuous when viewed from the
It may be, perhaps we don't need to, but you recall the diagram with the ridgelines, the key surrounding ridgelines on it that we looked at with this Situate morning. There are some close to, and there are some further away from the space of Stoness and the Ring of Brodgar. If you wish, but do you consider the ridgelines, every ridgeline on that diagram is displays where the topographical bowl or basin, as we described it both ways, various documents is?
Let's say the only ridgeline forms.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Ring of Brodgar and then come back and ask you to deal with them both together as to what you think the key factors are, because there's a similarity between them. In terms of the Ring of Brodgar, one of Mr. Durnan's more important points in terms of Richard is at paragraph 229. He points out that the ring of Brodgar is in a slight northeastwards tilt on the northeastern shoulder of the peninsula's ridge, which I think you accept is an accurate factual description.
Yeah.
He then suggests that that is important, a deliberate choice to look to the north, where the sense of panorama is felt most strongly. Have you seen in any of the material that Historic Environment Scotland put forward any support for that view?
Wanted that Jane Downs was a very prominent Ocadian archaeologist, suggested that it's very well been placed in relation to a pre-existing pathway. In relation to that, the reference to that is 015072, page 3.
015.
072, page 3.
If you move forward to paragraph 235 to the key factors paragraph to the setting. First one, panoramic views out from and across the monument. Are you happy with that as a key factor?
Yes.
Then more focused views to the northeast and east across the Loch of Harry to the ridge lines beyond. Are you happy with that as a factor?
I think they're individually identified in any way that makes them exceptional. They form part of the panorama views out and across the monument, which form part of his first bullet point.
And then you have views on the northwest southeast axis.
The alignment of the paths. That's brutal pathway.
And the prominence of the standing stones, I think, was a factor you were happy with before.
Absolutely. I mean, but it's iconic.
Yes. Now, what I've taken the two together, to what importance or otherwise you place in their relationship with the hills of Hoy?
The two together.
Yes, so both Ring of Brodgar and Stones of Stenness.
Stones of Stenness, they are from the Ring of Brodgar. It kind of comes in and out of visibility. But part of the analytical process feeling down when it sites is that things are not always visible. That sometimes the view will come in, the view will come out. I'm thinking about the routes, particularly to an Inquriy. It almost can get views, and then sometimes you don't. So I don't attach any great weight to them. They're not continually visible. You get clearly.
And in your opinion, are the views to the hills of Hoy a key factor in the setting or not?
Yes.
And then in terms of the relationship between the two monuments between themselves and indeed the other well-known monuments, Maze Howell and the like, to what extent is that interrelationship a relevant factor?
Just say it's a key factor, it's a critical factor. You have three major things that they shoot around the monuments, all grouped together at the southern end of the banks of Loch Henry.
But that's not a factor in either paragraph that Mr. Dernan has drawn attention to.
It's not a factor that he has identified. I think they can be reasonably confident Maze Howell, Stones and Steps, and the Ring of Brodgar are the heart of the Inquriy, with all respect to Scarborough.
And then looking back and looking more widely at the question of significant impact on the integrity of both the stones of Steness and the Run of Brodgar, accepting this purpose that there's different levels of visibility to the proposed development, each as the visualizations make clear. What is first of all dealing with the distance away that the wind turbines are. How does that impact on their ability to have a significant effect?
Then I think as we discussed, some days that sometimes visibility greater than others. In terms of the distance separation, most of our proposed turbines are 13.64 kilometres from Rhine Brodgar, 14.4 from Stone to Stennis. That also means not just that and on other conditions that day. They can give a very, very clear, very long, which contains the settlements, includes the farms, it includes the roads, it includes the tour buses. Then we sit within a very, very, very broad view.
So you've got,
and of course, clearly set apart from key characteristics of the settlement, which is just the liminality to lots, and the interrelationships the monuments have with each other and the hill southwesters of the point.
well, I think from the Ring of Brodgar, but not from the Stones of Steness. The turbines from Burger Hill are present and get into review. Just thinking of those from Ring of Brodgar point of view. Have you seen in any document about the World Heritage Site any particular concern about the fact that they are visible? On the stones of Steness, Costa Head will be visible, as is shown in visualizations. I mean, did Historic Environment Scotland object to Costa Head on the basis of impact on the World Heritage Site? Likewise, whilst we're considering that, did they object to the Clay wind farm on the Quarterless wind farms on the basis of impact on the World Heritage Site? Yep. In all three, will the turbines appear on or in relation to a sensitive ridgeline? I just want to take them in turn. In terms of Costa Head, would they appear on in the context of a sensitive ridgeline?
Yes.
In terms of height,
behind the 60 metres.
behind. Or if you were seeing them, would they appear above? And what about in terms of quarterless, with which they're more from?
It's not from the World Heritage Site.
So, can you glimpse?
Point to the north.
I think, yes, I think we can look at the report on that, but it doesn't affect certainly either of these models. So that's distance, and I think actually to answer you provided everything I wanted from you in respect to that. Can I then lastly move on to the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site, taking those as a whole? Now, you've got to look at attributes. When were the attributes first identified? Or have they been formally identified?
I'm not aware of any attributes to the under plan for 2035.
So they're still in draft.
They're not so previous.
Leaving that to one side, yeah, that clearly the World Heritage Site as a whole is well understood in its merits, if I can call it that broadly, and they're not just the individual monuments that we've been looking at, but others as well. But in terms of the impact on the setting of the World Heritage Site, let alone not talking about integrity of setting, but setting of it. Would you consider that the proposal would have a significant adverse impact on it? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Hookham. Those are all my questions. I'm afraid I'm without it critical. I'm sure we all have a lot more from this.
Can I suggest we take a 10-minute break just because it is longer since. Then we'll come back to the examination from Breath of Air. Break if you need to. But to make it 7 minutes, so if you could come back at 25 to, please. see where you're at. If there's a point around there that you think if we need 10, 15 minutes longer, we'll go to 5. I don't think we'll go after 5. I think stay that's let's do Lufkin tomorrow. So I say when we get to 4 to 5, you can think about what would be a appropriate place to stop.
Yes, there's a meeting which we will endeavour to get to.
That's okay. Well, we'll leave it in your hands, and take it from there.
Can I just say now, in case I forget to later, in terms of transport, Mr. Lufkin will have to share a car with somebody, but make sure one of them is me so that nothing is said. But obviously, during the course of the evening, we will dine separately.
Unfortunate. I'm sorry, Mr. Lufkin.
But he may see it as a blessing.
Are we being recorded? We are. We're recording the Continental Hotel.
Yeah.
No.
But I know what's a really nice nearby.
Okay, let's get back to more serious matters. So over to you, Mr. Mills, for examination.
There's only 2 potential lead points to stop. I will not give a complete list of all of the documents to which you'll be referred in Ross. I'll give you the first tranche. If you could have to hand your report and recognition, 14.45 and 14.47. Environmental Impact Assessment Report, Chapter 9, 1.11. NPF 4.1. Municipal Operational Guidelines 14.7. The retrospective statement of outstanding universal value 14.9. Managing change guidance on setting 12.9. Managing change guidance on World Heritage sites 14.12. The reporter's report in the Merin Blow groups 15.56. Movies related to access and guidance 15.52.
That's 32.
That's right. If you have to go elsewhere, but I think that was probably enough to get us started.
I hope I've got enough to actually have a look at. So
Well, that's if we do it in tranches, that's as well. Most other documents will be visualizations, and I appreciate when you open them, they drain on memory. Excellent, no, we love it. Sorry, I'll rush. Don't stop. First, I'm going to take you to section 5.4 of your report, which is, of course, document 14.5. Section 5.4 is headed Ring of Broadcar and the Stones of Stainless, the WV of the part of Neolithic and World Heritage Site. And what I'm interested in particular, we'll spend some time on this, is paragraph 5, report intake. Please go to that paragraph, which is on page 27. Now, rather than read this out of length, I'm just going to effectively go through it sentence by sentence and ask you for your comments. 4.20 starts by saying the EIAR concluded that the proposed development would not affect criterion 1 to 3, as these relate primarily to the architecture of the structures themselves, and testimony that they provide for the cultural traditions of the Neolithic society that created them. Criterion 4 makes reference to the landscape, which the SOUV then ties explicit reference to the ceremonial monuments. Yeah.
Sorry, could I just clarify before we start where those criterion are come from that we're referring to?
Yes, this
Three in the paragraphs above, but just from
5.419.
yes, 5.419 says, having considered the effects on the two scheduled monuments individually, the EIAR then goes on to assess the potential for an impact on the OUV of the World Heritage Site as a whole, assessing it against individual criteria which are cited in the SOUV.
so criterion from the SOUV.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I think it's an agreed matter that these criteria were part of the assessment when part of Neolithic the World Heritage Site was proposed for description.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's helpful, man. It frames the question, Mr. Hawken, that 5.4.19 and the first sentence or two of 5.4.20, reflecting what's in the EIAR, of course, because 5.4.20, identical paragraph can be found at 9.61 of the EIAR.
Cool.
Word for word. Assessment as against criteria which were applied to the application for inscription stage. I think it's the wrong approach, isn't it? You're not tasked with assessing the impact of a development on the criterion which apply at the point of nomination for inscription. You interpret that as being an instruction to assess against the criteria.
It is.
I've heard my exchange with Ms. Sidgwick this morning, where I understand it was agreed, but I was told to put these questions which straddle the divide between policy and impact to you as well. That the direction in managing change, the guidance note on World Heritage, and we can go to that if necessary, tells us that we are to assess the impact of a development on the SOUV and the attributes that contribute to the OUV of the World Heritage Site.
The EIR with June 2022. Management plan for work of sites outside making a reference to attributes. First reference I come with an attribute to the it kind of draft just which guidance from those and things published as a 2025. We've had quite a lot of consultation with agents. At no point in the last 3 years have they raised any concern about methodology. It was very helpful. If they should have, they should have. We would have gladly provided an SEI. The after development process. And it's on the 50th birthday, writing a report about the large pilgrimage across the Northern Alps. I think that was the year after we submitted the application. I'd quite happily have done that if they chance.
What we're talking about is the assessment which has been undertaken and it's part of the environmental information, which is for the report. The evidence is that you have not undertaken an assessment against attributes. That's on the basis that the attributes are which they derive from the real estate, standing there versus here.
So with respect, that's misleading. Just because they use the word attribute, they're not providing evidence on attributes in the sense that that is used in the guidance to which you've taken Mr. Larkin to. The attributes which your witness, Dr. McLeod-Rivet, refers to and the only attributes, as I understand it, she refers to in her evidence, are those set out in the draft, the consultation draft management plan. With respect, it is not a fair question to suggest that the attributes are set out there. The only attributes I understand that are set out in more evidence are those in the draft management plan. If they're elsewhere, by all means correct me.
Could I just add something? Answers inquiry, I spent a lot of time Googling Merrill, trying to get hold of this report. I couldn't find it. Right. This was one of the I don't know whether it didn't go very long, I just didn't find it through multiple Google searches. So whether this report comes from HS archive.
Explanation. I found a lot of blog posts on. I think the question with respect to Mr. Finlay is a very fair one, because this narration of Inquriy's case was set out what Inquriy regarded the attributes to be, and then there is a list of them. And in terms of what Mr. Durnan has done in his evidence is he has indeed looked at the management plan. But the point is that, is it not, that the guidance manual change in the historic environment guidance directs us that we are to assess against the SOV, SUV, and the attributes of the World Heritage League. And you just not done that. I hear your explanation, Mr. Larkin, that you didn't have access to the Merrill case, and that you also, well, you should say you didn't have access to the management plan, but you did, and you could have factored that into the draft management plan, so you could have factored that into your written evidence.
It doesn't fit into our inquiry, but I would have noted that obviously in my reviews that I'm also just going to try and use my mind on something.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Just looking through the Mirabello case, does it tell you where the source of the attributes comes from that they're referring to?
It's related to medical creative decision.
Can you just look at extras?
Explanation of the operational guidelines also set out what can comprise attributes.
Regional guidelines, would they have been available whenever you were the inquiry, whenever the IA or it was been undertaken?
Attributes for the
No, that was the operational guidelines they in place.
guidelines.
Yeah, I don't recall any historic environment Scotland's evidence referring to attributes in the operational guidelines.
Would, and this might be a question for Mr. Finlay, the previous World Heritage Management Site plan that's 2014 to 2020, which is 6 years after Marylebone, but that doesn't identify attributes. Surely, management plan attributes should be identified. Yeah, that's the guys for how to manage the World Heritage Summit.
I do see this a lot, and it could be a question for Mr. Finlay. The reference to attributes for your notes on is paragraph 82 of the operational guidelines.
Which document, sir?
The operational guidelines, which are 14.7. This is not to suggest, of course, that the operational guidelines set out the attributes on the heart of Neolithic or even World Heritage site, but there is a list of paragraph 82, depending on the type of cultural heritage, cultural context, properties may be understood to meet conditions of authenticity if their cultural values as recognised in the nomination criteria proposed are truthfully and credibly expressed through a variety of attributes, including, and we see at, for example, bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, location and setting.
Which stuff was this again?
Operational guidelines.
Mr. Milne, is the purpose of, I think, established that that the assessment undertaken by Mr. Lovkin didn't look at attributes.
That's
Do we need to go further into the various reasons why that was the case, or can we just factually
I think
agree that
that's the point.
yeah?
That's
So
the,
it's
the simple.
What I would think is only fair to Mr. Lovkin to put on which attributes he should have taken into account, and although I think it's potentially misleading, my learned friends put 916 and 917. He's referred to paragraph 82, which are of the document we've just been looking at, which are generic attributes.
yes.
But he hasn't identified any other attributes, and if he is to identify and rely on any other list of attributes, he should put them to that were available to Mr. Lovkin that weren't that were final list. He should put that.
Yeah, I've indeed having on just to do that.
Thank you.
If you turn to Park Environment Scotland's letter of objection, which is 009.002.
Take it, this is the G 2023.
That's correct. Pages. PDF page 20, lengthy letter, understandably, to PDF page 21.
It's all the consultations rolled in
Yes,
together, which is
it's
sorry, what page? 20?
21. You can see, for example, pretty much 22 of the PDF. The author of this letter on behalf of Historic Environment Scotland says that both monuments were designed to mirror their surroundings. The openness of this landscape and the monument's clear relationship with it is accentuated by topographic aspects specific to Orkney. Reference to the landscape and the ridge lines being almost entirely devoid of tall structures. The reason for taking you to that is that what's required to answer the point that Mr. Inquriy has raised is for you then to have a look at the statement of outstanding universal value, the one retrospectively adopted 2013.
But just so I understand, the That's electronic page 21 and 22.
Yes.
Is there a suggestion they are attributes? In that document.
What I am taking and still looking through is that the author of this letter has clearly, you've got to give not to give evidence. This would be for this is from Historic Environment Scotland. The author of this letter has had regard to the attributes because that's what they're directed to do. And if you're to look, and I'll phrase this as a number of questions. The statement of outstanding universal value, 14.9, top of page 2. Full paragraph, you see sentence. Monuments on Orca and Stenness peninsulas were deliberately situated within a vast topographic bowl formed by a series of visually interconnected ridge lines stretching from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back. Now, sorry to have you juggle documents, but if you could have a look at Mr. Durnland's inquiry report 15.75.
Is that in the listed in
It wasn't a lot, sorry, this is questions. Question statements, particular direction.
The same on computer, because I've actually got paper.
I like that it is what's easier.
Yes. This is the news report, 15.75. Page 63 is where Mr. Durnland sets out the attributes which can now be found in draft mentioned 25. 25? So for example, attribute 3, the relationship of the monuments with the surrounding landscape and environment. It's fair to say that the sentence I've just read to you from the statement of outstanding universal value reflects an attribute, doesn't it? So we thought in the SOUV, the monuments on the Broadcur and Stenness peninsulas were deliberately situated within a vast topographic bowl formed by a series of visually interconnected ridge lines stretching from Hoy to Greeny Hill and back.
And it says that about the AUV. We didn't call it an attribute because we didn't know they were supposed to be called attributes because it just haven't yet published their draft management plan.
We know we've to test against attributes, and attributes are derived from this. And we see attribute 3 here reflecting what I've just read. Then continuing the SOUV, they thus form a fundamental part of a wider, highly complex archaeological landscape, which reflects attribute 2 in the management plan, does it not? The intricate interplay between the monuments and the wider archaeological landscape forms a rich visual and archaeological narrative.
No, it doesn't do.
Well, does the HES consultation response call these attributes?
Those are the words used, but it's
Which second, if they were given a consultation response and this was something it's been helpful for them to say these are attributes. We seem to be going to sort of playing, sort of join the dots between various things that cover, no doubt cover similar issues, but struggling to follow where it relates to the attributes that obviously came are included in the draft management plan, which came after 2022.
I think the word attributes is only used in CD 9.2 once on page 11 of 33, where it's a quote from the guidance. So I think
Obviously, last that's no. Yeah, actually, that's what I said. Marshall, so, college. I used to live in Worcester. Or measure report that we can the track management. That's 27. Right. Good. Take what forward 24. This is the introductory of the education study. So. We should be well, just page 27. Relate physically to the physical outrage of results. Don't seem to have any landscape comics. It's pretty interesting set. Institute 2 was the one that talks about interplay between the monuments and the wider landscape. It continues the theme, and there's 2 pages of pictures. Attribute 4 talks about the architectural sophistication and exceptional preservation of the monuments. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the monuments themselves. In 5, the role of the WHS in the development of RPO was a discipline. I don't think that's relevant. Unless it's
Mr. Cornell's position on these attributes set out in his report, which you will respond to in recognition, and although you're unreceived that.
I was aware that there was a word that looked like 2,000 words, so I was very to check. Apologies, I think I actually went over back to 2009 where
Continuing with your report, and I believe more point 20. On the headline, getting covered. The NA-330 makes clear with respect to integrity. Sorry.
What paragraph are we on?
5.4.20.
Based on that.
5.4.
Oh, yes, I see it, however. Fifth line on.
So we have, remember, as the SOUV makes clear with respect to integrity, the surrounding landscape has been excluded from the inscription. It's also clear as to what that sentence means. Is that an expression of a deficiency in the SOUV or just a statement of fact?
the boundaries of the World Heritage Site, which is the inscribed site, the actual World Heritage, as opposed to the buffer and the wider sensitive area. In saying that, I don't mean to particularly diminish the buffer or the sensitive area. Is a handful of scheduled monuments, all of which, and I'm not sure whether it is by happy chance, happen to be in the care of historic sites. And last, all the World Heritage sites are limited to a number of individual scheduled monuments, all of which possibly not entirely coincidentally, happens to be the care, properties of the care of historic buffers. There might be some variation in the boundary, but I think it's kind of a metre or so. So basically, the World Heritage Site is 5, or an individual 5 or 6 scheduled monuments. It is, I didn't check if I missed any because I would do this from memory. Skull Grey, Princess NS, Big Lodge, Barnard Stone, Wiltshire. That is the World Heritage Site. Unlike the World Heritage Site, it's favourable as to Henry, which is the most strictly comparable one, which is actually the wider landscape. On Orkney, it is purely within Heritage Site. Not to be discussed over.
So not to be dismissive of the buffer, we spoke with Mr. Sidgwick about the inscribed area, the buffer zone. We talked about the operational guidelines, told us about the buffer zone, and we also discussed the sensitive area. We've also seen repeated references to the World Heritage Site. For example, in NPF policy 7L, which is for test here.
Although the application was included,
Is used to behind them, which is now against NPF. Do you equate a sensitive area, which covers large parts of the Western Orkney, with the setting of the World Heritage Site?
No, because the if we look at argument now, what's coming?
It dictates.
On 4, 8, and loads of them. This is the penultimate one, which is my boundary modification.
1408. Yes, the penultimate one. So maps of the minor boundary modifications.
So this is
6 pages PDF.
this is the little purple dot in the centre, the purple square in the centre. That is the scheduled monument boundary of the border, which is the largest component of the heritage site. The small purple dots to the southeast, they are the scheduled areas that Stones of Stennis and Maze Howe, and it's actually was a it, but the other buffer zone to the north protects the forest buffer of Scarborough. We're not concerned with Scarborough. So,
You can see a very small, if you zoom in, there's a very small dot above the writing Scarborough. You're right, we're not discussing. Very interesting. Very specific.
So what that shows is the 2 buffer zones, which is the area that is most sensitive to development. It's a wide range. And then we have the which, as we see here, extends right in terms of relationships and size, extends right to the northern coast. I don't think, in terms of setting, which is different from a buffer zone as part of a management plan for a designation, I don't think we could say that, say, northern shore of the Loch of Swanee, it says E966, just so we can clearly look at one part. That forms part of the setting of, say, the Ring of Brodgar. Whereas, say, if we go to Calcul, which is slightly out with the sensitive area, that does not form part of the setting of the Ring of Brodgar. The setting of the individual physical monuments relates to those physical monuments rather than.
I'm sorry.
a neat way of describing a sensitive area. I mean, it's another 14.8 document, this time with the minor boundary modification, which is the state party's proposal to amend the buffer zone.
So the proposal to amend that's
Correct.
Are there any different
page doc.
That's, yes, the one with many more maps.
we can shut down that and refresh it?
Holland. No, let's not. But
I'm struggling to find which one of it's entitled in the
yes.
That's
The
the one that says minor boundary modification.
Just going to page 4 of that document, the second paragraph, and this was in the context of
Still not there.
right. .8, and it's obviously we've got lots of documents because we broke them down.
It's the last
one.
Last one.
Yes. I was actually finding them easier.
Go for an A, B, C, D.
We can do that. Yes.
Lessons learned for everybody.
I've now finally got it open to broadcast for the day. Which
Page is it? 4. Yes, so it's really just to check that this is a point of agreement. This is what the UK as state parties said in this proposal. The intention of the sensitive area, and we've just had a look at that covering quite a lot, less of Orkney, is to indicate areas where policies relating to the potential effects on the World Heritage Site and its setting should be taken into account. And then we see a reference of to protection being afforded in the then supplementary planning guidance through the identification of sensitive ridge lines within the sensitive area. It is accepted in the supplementary planning guidance that out with the proposed buffer zone, such as we have here, things point to agreement that the Mistill proposal is within the sensitive area on a sensitive ridge line. Is something I would say within the setting of the World Heritage Site. Follows from the supplementary planning guidance here is certain developments have the potential to have a significant impact upon the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site, especially where large-scale developments are proposed. You read that wording earlier when looking at the ECOMOS evaluation. Of particular significance are the ridge lines which frame the topographical landscape bowl of the West Mainland. Introducing a sensitive area will help avoid developments that would break the skyline at key points, whereby having a detrimental effect on the foreground. So really, I started by asking what the need to be encapsulating what the point of the identification of the sensitive area in 2015 was.
in the first sentence, the intentions of the sensitive area is to indicate areas where policies relating to potential effects of the World Heritage Site and its setting into account. We have it. We've included it in the EIR. And I'm pretty sure that was a time of investigation. That's okay. Certain developments have potential, not certain developments. Certain developments have potential. We have content.
I think there's a difference between parties that are the applicant here has complied with NPF policies in the end. Which I was told I talk about the UV of the World Heritage Site at its setting.
There's a statement. So how big in the June 2023 6 months?
It's reaching agreement between parties that historic environment is objected on the basis of significant adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of section monuments and on the impact on the freestanding universal value of the World Heritage.
Sorry, I was
Right, okay, yes, actually, I was surprised, but just when people go through documents to see when that. Yeah,
I'm close to that.
not at all. We've been here a long time. Back to 5.4.20 of your report. Just finished discussing the sentence of the SOUV about the surrounding landscape can be excluded from the inscription. We then read, although the SOUV acknowledges that the wider landscape setting provides the monument's essential context, and we reference the retrospective SOUV, it's notable that the Heart of Neolithic World Heritage Site is not included on the list of World Heritage Sites UNESCO considered to be cultural landscapes. Now, we'll have read Mr. Byrne's response to that. Is it a matter of agreement that cultural landscapes are simply not what we're talking about here?
My my recollection was done as precognition. So this argument was based on the Scottish World Heritage Sites were designated the cultural landscape. And if I'm wrong, it placed the emphasis on still designations both in that period as heritage sites. What I done was I checked the list of World Heritage Sites in the UK, which are designated, identified by UNESCO as cultural landscapes, that includes landscapes in Wales. They are cultural landscapes rather than natural.
I think we can get us into the natural agreement that the Heart Neolithic World Heritage Site it has been listed for cultural heritage. It has not been listed for natural heritage and has not been listed mixed cultural and natural heritage.
Yeah, it's also not good idea.
Doesn't fall under cultural landscape. Not entirely sure as to the point that you're making, and apologies if it's me, but what is cultural landscape?
Interested as what I'm trying to make is I'm trying to plus the phenomenal resource of prehistoric monuments that exist on Auckland. So the crossover between those monuments have been essentially
So can I ask you to keep your voice up?
exactly. What I'm trying to make is to duplicate right above that it's in the individual monuments considered being described within the World Heritage Site rather than the wider ones, such as the Barnhouse settlement makes reference to. It's very close to the town. What's actually included within the World Heritage Site inscription.
What you're really wanting to check is if you are maybe pejorative in this way, talking down the contribution that setting makes to the outstanding universal value for these great areas, and I'd saying there is no inscription for versus a cultural landscape.
Not sure that this is going of direct relevance to the assessment I need to make. So, what's understanding the point? I certainly had read that and I just took it as a factual. You know, there's
I really
it's
wanted
not.
to explore, ma'am,
it's
if there
not-
wasn't, so I'm happy with that. There's no need to go to paragraph 47 of the operational guidelines, which tell us in detail what the cultural landscape is, but it's future reading for anyone who is.
Thank you.
5.4.20, we want is read that given the limitations of the inscription, if you find that it's just halfway down your paragraph, it's appropriate to consider the effect on the setting of each asset group individually, because it's been done rather than as a collective whole. So again, I'm wanting to check. We don't need to take long on this. The limitations of the inscription. What are the limitations you're talking about?
That is only the schedule money. It's not being described like the same way conservation is described. According to an area designation, this is purely would you, even that you just said for yourself for scale grade, as you were to think of limited, it's different. Have its own, like it's a different contribution.
The issue of the Historic Environment Scotland's position is that there are no limitations in the inscription. The way that the OUV of the Heart of Neolithic Orkney World Heritage Site would be protected and preserved is by the inscription, with a designated buffer zone and a designated sensitive area. It's not a limitation, it is how the operational guidelines which are went through with this situation work. Not a limitation, it's an example. Indeed, the minor modification, when you read these documents in detail, you see that answers were simplified is the word. It's used.
What about limitations of it? Sorry. Obviously, just in the train. Happy to.
We'll do so. I think that we can rewrite the beginning of that sentence, but still a significant issue with the rest of the sentence, which we'll do. It's appropriate to consider the effect on the setting of each asset group individually, as has been done above, rather than as a collective whole. I think it's Historic Environment Scotland's position. That sentence just demonstrates where you have gone completely wrong.
You set it against the criteria of the so we previously we set out what the criteria for the and then on the top of 5.4.20 we identified those criteria that were not intended because they were purely to structure on the archaeology and physical archaeology of the monuments themselves. And then as the proposed development we've seen from both the Ring Broad instance, as it will be, visibility will lie beyond what has been defined here as the key characteristics of the setting. It will do. And the overlying one of the topography would remain readily legible. It will do. We will still be able to see the topographic pole and understand it as a topographic pole. The ability to appreciate the location and settings of both monuments, along with their interrelationships that they retain with each other, will remain with other monuments on West Leyland on their geographical setting. Absolutely. To each other, also, not only with the relationships between designated heritage monuments, but so all their relationships with all the other monuments don't form part of the World Heritage. designation, they will also still remain clearly legible, clearly identifiable. So neither the relationships between the World Heritage Monuments or the relationships with a cohort of monuments would be impacted in. And the OUV of WHS would therefore remain intact. Policy test of each policy AUV would not be triggered.
Interesting to take as a policy at NPN 47L references the OUV of the World Heritage Site into a section, not to each site group individually. It's correct, isn't it?
This particular World Heritage Site is not a contiguous boundary. It's not like the Ford Bridge or the Edinburgh World Heritage Site, which is one boundary. It's 5 individual monuments, each of which have their own settings. You're not assessing the setting on one monument, you're setting it on 5.
Yeah.
Because that's how many boundaries it has.
As a whole.
Yeah.
Not as the not individuals. I mean, I think this is much more than semantic. Sorry, we're not assessed. Yeah. So we'll come on tomorrow to look at the scheduled monument status, the national destination, and the setting of each of those monuments individually and consider impact on the integrity of set. But today, what we're focusing on is NPA 4, Policy 7L, which references the OUV of the World Heritage Site. It's setting World Heritage Site here, as we've gone through at length, are the inscribed areas. But surely NPA 4, Policy 7L is telling us to look at them as a whole, because that's the World Heritage Site.
Which I was trying to make policy relates to take into account all your British World Heritage Sites, which is actually pretty good. A single event, so specific to the heritage site. I'd love to find it now.
Sorry, can you speak up a wee bit?
There's lots of things that we're not considering the UVs. We're essentially the UV.
Point 4.20 goes on to say, whilst the proposed development and this would be seen from both the inland broadcast and tons of steadiness, this visibility would lie beyond what has been defined here as the key characteristics of their cities. The underlying wider topic remain readily legible. Now we see that word appearing a lot in your evidence. Where would we find that word when looking at operational guidelines or the management change schedules in terms of assessing impact on the setting of the World Heritage Site?
Isn't it legible?
Yes.
Legible has been used a methodology for many years. Very significant number of people like me, colleagues have never had any negative feelings yet at all. We have worked.
You've read the document on the derivatives. She has a criticism to make about the use of.
She's the very first.
And that's historically varying Scotland's position on this inquiry. That legible is not a word that is helpful to use in the context of the present discussion of impact on this OUV of the World Heritage Site.
So this, okay, a moderate principle isn't a document.
Rather you didn't, unless it was particularly relevant, because I'll need to get views from parties on it.
If I just say what it is, then we shouldn't.
Which was the question that Mr. Milne asked you was what policy can, if there's a policy missing that we need to lodge as a, you know, as a policy document, that would be.
ABC have consultants with itches regular regulations. So
Like your position on that. The draws to a close says the ability to appreciate the location and settings of both monuments, along with the interrelationships that they retain with each other. Monuments from West Mainland, or with their geographical setting, would not be materially compromised, and the OUV of the World Heritage Site would remain intact. Again, I think this surely a matter of agreement that the test here is not whether the OUV of the World Heritage Site would remain intact. We can look at GPN 4 and ourselves at the precise wording. Yes, I think we'll be drawing to a close before moving on to the next section. Level 1 if you're looking for reference.
I don't know.
Page 46 of the PDF.
You find it, I've got a copy here as well. Copy.
Affecting a large setting. Where the universe value is protected. Should it remain intact? It's really important with that.
All the test was yeah, at least in this talk. We're moving on to other aspects of the World Heritage Site.
I'll take your advice on. Okay, so we're going to stop for today. We'll start tomorrow. Mr. Milne will brief Vince's cross-examination of Mr. Lufkin. It looks as if we are going to go into the Friday for those of you who want to attend on Friday. Mr. Sinclair will get to your evidence definitely tomorrow. So glad that we changed that order. Does anybody have any questions before we leave on procedural?
No, but just, I don't know whether you'd received an indication, but having reviewed matters, I don't have any questions for Mr. Sinclair. You obviously may do, but because usually he's coming before Mr. Down, which I really maybe I could have asked him questions, but all the questions I would have asked, and I'll be asking the head witnesses, and there's no point in asking the same question twice. But it's no discourtesy to Mr. Sinclair, but that's what I'm supposed to do.
I probably have questions for Mr. Sinclair, but shouldn't take too long. We'll definitely get through it tomorrow to allow you to keep your travel arrangements. Okay.
So I could just ask through you, Malone, friend, whether given we've been going for about an hour, whether we have 2 hours to 2.5 hours left. In this 3 hour time estimate.
I'd like to stick to my time limit, so I think it's probably about two, largely because of it can be slow going through the visualizations, which is the main issue. But I'll see what I can do.
No, I don't know your number.
I would appreciate that if I suppose the reminder is to focus on the information that I need to make my decision.
Absolutely.
I apologise.
No, it may be then, I'd be fairly certain we'll finish Dr. McLeod Rivet tomorrow. And we may well get to Learning in Chief and even start a cross examination. I don't know how long the examination in chief will be.
We'll start at 9:30 then, and we should get going. Hopefully the IT will be tested before we come in. And those of you that aren't coming again tomorrow, thank you for coming along. But if you can make it for another day, very welcome. Okay, so we'll close the